Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, the great Brian Last here. You there, we are back on the bus with an annual look back at some of the wrestling greats, some of the personalities that we lost over the previous year. Our annual Those We Lost Omnibus, looking at those that left us in 2024, comprised, of course, of conversations with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, Brian, normally here at the top of these programs, we're jacking around and having fun. And this is a more serious subject. And to be honest, in a lot of cases, these are the shows that I dread doing, that I'm sitting there for a day or two before we're going to record it. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. And we always usually end up having fun one way or the other by remembering the person. But at the same point, a lot of people enjoy listening to them because it's a chance to, hear some stories about somebody that the fans and the listeners may have viewed as as a hero in their wrestling fandom or whatever, and like to hear all these things. So the point is, it's a bittersweet kind of thing, but we put it together. They do it at the Oscars, and we put these together, but these are discussions about the various wrestling personalities that passed away in 2024.
That's right. And of course, while it's sad that we lost everyone, it is nice to look back and tell stories and enjoy the history.
And, and I'm still, there's some I'm looking forward to talking about as soon as but they won't have the courtesy to go ahead and kick off so that I can talk about them.
Well, this took a turn, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get right to the omnibus before we hit any other bumps in the road. Jim Cornette's look at those we lost in 2024. First, Jim, I wanted to get your thoughts on the news that broke this past week, the passing of Killer Khan.
And for a lot of the folks who aren't old enough or who weren't around at that point, Killer Khan was probably most famous in America for he had the run with the WWF in what was it? Was it 79-ish, 80-ish, 81-ish? What was the date of Andre's broken? 81, 82. And that time frame where Andre the Giant had an accident outside the ring and broke his ankle, but because he had to be out for a period of time, they actually incorporated it. They blamed Killer Khan for it and even showed some footage of Andre with his doctor and the size of his cast, and it made something out of it. And that was unheard of at that point in time, that anybody could injure Andre the Giant. I don't think it had ever been done, at least not on any widespread, maybe in Montreal in the early days, right? So that got him over with that audience. He had a ton of heat, but he was a real Japanese wrestler, and worked Japan for periods of time, both when he broke in and then later on when he went home, to bookend his United States excursions. But he was huge for the Japanese wrestling scene. He was, much bigger than almost anybody except Baba. So he got over that way. And then, had the Mongolian look when that was fashionable over here in this country, with the ponytail and the whole 9 yards and the big chops.
What'd you think of his screeching? I guess that's the best way to call it. The best thing to call it, screeching,
yes.
Right?
It was a screech, kind of like a larger, more intimidating looking guy doing Cactus Jack's all, at that level. And didn't he then, I mentioned he went back home and wrestled in Japan when his run in America was done, where he'd worked all kinds of territories. He was in Dallas for quite a while, wasn't he? Wasn't he part of Akbar's gang of foreign misfits at one point?
Yeah, well, he was with Akbar in Mid-South, and then he went to World Class, and actually, if you remember, there's a great match, I'm sure it must be available,
Gordy and Killer Khan,
with Kerry Von Erich as the referee, and this is before the Freebirds had officially turned babyface, and it's the first Freebird Von Erich handshake. It's Terry Gordy at the end, covered in blood, after one of the most brutal matches of the 80s, shaking hands with the Von Erich. Well, the Von Erich, with Kerry Von Erich.
Well, he was the Von Erich at the time to all the fans.
But what a match. One of the most brutal, bloody matches, but in the ring, like not like around the arena with chairs.
Yeah.
It was an in-ring brawl.
Hey, in Dallas, you couldn't go around the arena with chairs or you'd have come back in the ring with knives sticking out of your ass. Fucking idiots. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, for a big man, he was a great worker and he had the intimidating look. And then, but at the same time, he didn't just, when he went back home, he didn't just work a gimmick. He was a good worker. And then I guess owned a restaurant, right? For some period of time over the last number of years since he's been retired from the ring that some of the boys would visit from time to time.
Not just owning the restaurant. I believe he was the chef in the restaurant.
Well, there you go. He wasn't just the owner. He was a customer.
He wasn't. No. Well, yeah. Well, no, that's not how that works.
Well, that's how the Hair Club for Men fucking spot went. I'm not just the president. I'm a customer.
I don't know how you link Cy Sperling with Killer Khan.
Because he wasn't just the owner, he was the chef.
One of the best big men, I guess, in America during that era. Because he had a second run with Hogan in like 87, I think.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. What he was on one of the, oh, goddamn it, you're probably better with the WWF history than I am. But wasn't he, didn't they do an angle on one of the Saturday night's main events? Am I thinking about somebody else?
You may be thinking about somebody else, but you may be.
But I never met Killer Khan, in case you were going to ask that question. I'll preemptively strike. Never met him, believe it or not. When he was in Dallas before we got there, and Mid-South before we got there, and then WWF before I got there. He was a trailblazer. He was always there first.
Ole Anderson, Rock Rogowski, passed away this past week. A storied career, a legendary career, lots of stories, lots of incidents, wrestler, booker, promoter, everything. Someone you had lots of dealings with. You saw him as a fan. You were a colleague of his. Eventually, somehow you earned some respect from him, I think. But someone who at various points in your life you certainly thought different things about. Let's talk a little bit about Ole Anderson.
And also, for the people, Rock Rogowski, he wasn't the Rock, but for the people especially who had known him since the Gagne days, would call it Rock, and everybody knew personally, not on TV, but in the locker room or whatever, and everybody knew who you were talking about.
Well, although I will say, when he turned babyface, like that match with Big Bubba in the cage at the Crockett Cup, that was his name. They called him Ole Anderson the Rock, and he had a shirt that said The Rock on it.
Well, that's right.
And then all of a sudden, Vince McMahon made Don Morocco the Rock. So they took that away from him.
Well, but I think maybe they may have taken it away because it was too close to the Rock and Roll Express at that time. No, in all seriousness. Well, Ole was 81, and unfortunately, he'd been in bad health for some time now. Did he have multiple sclerosis? Oh, I can't say it. MS?
Yeah, multiple sclerosis, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you. And that it's a shame, but at 81, and my God, he survived, even stabbed 7 times, including that one in Greenville. It was like a fucking half inch from his heart. And just a long and varied life. And Ole's not the kind of guy, I mean, I'm not saying with his, family and, we're close friends, but Ole's not the kind of guy that you really cry about, because he would have laughed at you if you did, right? Because that sarcastic old rat. But boy, what a fucking almost unique talent that he was in the business, and a fascinating guy and a brilliant guy, intelligent guy. And I know a lot of people, Ole, that grumpy old Ole, for a certain, if you liked sarcastic humor, if you liked a guy with that fucking, what the fuck are you talking about kind of goddamn approach to things, he was one of the funniest people in the locker room. He was witty and sarcastic with the comeback, and he'd just obliterate you, or he'd just, if he saw bullshit in something as a owner or booker that you were saying, whether he was even right or wrong, he would fucking not only tell you it's bullshit, he would analyze the fucking consistency and the color of the bullshit and describe in vivid detail what it smelled like in front of everybody to your face. And you had almost few people really had a response or could muster one, right? He was a very intelligent guy. And as we'll talk about as we go on, I don't think people understand he was one of the most successful wrestlers of all I'm talking business wise, financially, and accomplishment wise, of all of the wrestlers of the territory days from the TV era to the mid 80s, because a lot of people don't understand the business. But I mean, we've told a million stories, and I don't want to, for all the regular listeners, tell every goddamn chapter and verse story again that's out there. We've done WCW deep dives and stories of Crockett days and blah, blah, blah. But as we've talked about Ole over the past couple of years, I've said, and especially, in hindsight, going back as we've done those deep dives, when I yelled at Ole and quit at WCW in 1990, I was just yelling at him because Jim Herd wasn't there. He was just the office guy standing there. He didn't, as we've mentioned, I don't think he particularly gave a shit either way, whether we were there or not, because he didn't give a shit about that job at that point in time anyway. He just wasn't going to fuck with Jim Herd about minute shit. I think he knew it was a lost cause.
What's it like to yell at Ole?
Well, I'd done it a couple of times. It's not like I'm yelling at him saying, I'm going to come over and punch you in the face. I wasn't going to whip him. He could still whip me. He was 50 or whatever, and I was 25. But I'm going, Ole, this is fucking bullshit. And well, if you think it's bullshit, go home. Well, that's the best idea you've ever had. Well, go ahead and do it then. Well, that kind of, and don't come calling me back when you're doing some kind of dog and pony show in Memphis. Don't worry, Ole, I won't, because this is the last place I want to be. That type of, I mean, that was pretty much goddamn some word for word shit there. But it's not like we were going to strangle each other over a payoff or something. So... But there was, even when we were just compadres in the locker room in 86 working for Crockett. Remember at the time we were in Huntington, West Virginia at Civic Center, we're sitting in the locker room, the fucking 86 bash checks had come out. And what did in 86, we did 14 bashes. And I think Ole and Arn, they were with the rock and roll most of those shows. And that was a big, marquee match. But I think because Crockett paid all the bashes on one check. You got your regular date check weekly right along, but all the bash shows came in one check. So it would look bigger, right? So fewer people would complain. And Ole and Arn got like 15 grand for the 14 bashes, and me and the Midnight got, 23 or whatever, because we were working either with Dusty and Magnum or the Road Warriors and blah, blah, blah. And Ole sitting there and Baby Doll, that was the key. It was Dusty and Magnum with Baby Doll and me, or the Road Warriors with Baby Doll and me. It was me and Baby Doll, right? That was, and it worked, bless Dusty. And Ole sitting there going, well, I never thought I'd live to see the day that I had my sweat and blood and tears in this business of work to build it up so that some fat manager and goofy can come along and make more money than I did, And I said, and Ole, on behalf of the fucking goofy, the fat manager, would like to thank you for all that work you did in putting in me getting this fucking check. And he started liking me for shit like that.
How did he react to that specific comment? Did he chuckle? Like, how did he react to that?
Yes. Because, fuck, he would... Again, he wasn't firing me because I'd fucked up Columbus, Georgia, and he was the fucking booker or something. But he had an admiration for people that could, instead of, well, fuck you, Ole, I hate your guts, could fucking make some kind of goddamn wise-ass remark. And he would engage you. And so he liked that shit. And that's the point that I was making, is I was never personally, I don't think, Ole, as we've said, he would never admit it probably, but by 1990, that stretch where he was the booker for 6 months, he'd lost the plot, as they say across the pond. And I don't think he wasn't there because of financial necessity. Otherwise than, I think it was against, I don't know what other religion he might have had, but it was against his fucking religion to turn down guaranteed hundreds of thousands of dollars a year And, but he didn't have any drive to, break new booking ground, and he was just doing some old shit again, and he didn't have it. But in the 70s and to some extent the early 80s, he had goddamn made a fortune with his booking. He just didn't give a shit, and he didn't have full control, and the guys didn't understand it, and I don't think he gave a shit because his check was the same either way. When it was depending on ticket sales, whether he made any money or not, he made changes a lot quicker.
He made some almost bizarre changes at times, like Roddy Piper getting fired from Georgia, like while he was in a top spot.
Well, but because I was such a fan of that, right? And that's right as I was getting into business, and I was such a fan of Piper and that whole angle. But the conversation that I got when I first got in the locker rooms of guys that had been in the territory or had heard or whatever was that at that point in time, Roddy did not want to do anything, but because didn't he go to Continental right after that for just a brief period of time, Piper?
He spent a minute in Florida, I know.
Or Florida. He got mad because at that point in time, as long as Roddy showed up for his match, he thought he didn't have to get there on time, and he just wanted to go somewhere where he could make $1,000 a week and do the things he was doing. And I think that's what went sideways with Ole, because the one thing about Ole, they joked when they actually brought up the idea of a fucking drug test in WCW for steroids, cocaine, whatever the fuck. They said the only two guys on the roster that will pass that test is Ole Anderson and Jim Cornette, unless you test for cholesterol. Because Ole wasn't going to goddamn do it. So that was, I think, him and Roddy may have got sideways on Roddy's habits.
Because that's really the beginning of like the turn in Ole's creative powers. Because it was that, and then going into 83, he pushes Barnett out of Georgia, takes full control.
Right.
Just because the other partners weren't going to interfere with him at that point, which would end up, we know how that would end up. And look at the booking in Georgia in 83. It's easy to romanticize a lot of it. Tommy Rich and Buzz Sawyer, the creation of the Road Warriors.
No, but it was all over the page. The Road Warriors were an accident created out of necessity. It was all over the page because when Ole took full control, he loved Stan Hansen. So sure, Stan, I don't mind you go to Japan for a month at a time while I'll still figure you into big programs. Or Bill Eadie, superstar. Yeah, we'll use you when you can be here because you're a great talent, but go to Japan for 6 weeks. So they'd do a mask versus mask or loser leave town or whatever the fuck. And then somebody'd be back in 6 weeks, or it was all over the page. Things would stop suddenly. And Ole was running the whole company then. So then and then with Barnett gone, Barnett could always be an anchor. Ole could, he could be a great booker. I don't know that he was ever intended to run the entire show or not, because he had even though he was a heartless bastard, for the guys that he liked, that he knew had drawn him money, he would give them too much leeway with their schedule because of what was going on in the business, and Georgia couldn't provide the biggest payoffs anymore. And Barnett would have probably had a little more stability with that, or a little more power in convincing people to do otherwise. And then it all fell apart from there, and he lost the time slot and blah, blah, blah. But if so, the thing of me,
he lost the company, not just the time.
Well, he lost the company and the TV and the whole 9 yards. But anyway, so just to say with me and Ole, because I know somebody's going to say, "Oh, Cornette's saying good things about him." No, he was a representative of a larger evil. He was one of the devil's henchmen at the time that me and Ole really weren't happy with each other. And when he wanted to put the pumpkin over my head, that was 3 days ahead before that.
Did he want to do that, or did Jim Herd want him to tell him to do that?
See, he wasn't going to tell me, well, it ain't my idea, because he's the booker, and it's not, he would have wanted to make everybody think all the goddamn ideas were his, right? Because Ole was not the kind of person that would admit to being told to do something, but they had the guys dressing up. Well, was Jim Ross Dracula? Missy Hyatt was maybe Missy Hyatt was Vampirella. I don't know what the fuck was going on, but the announcers were in who knows? I can't remember. The announcers were in costume. It's Halloween Havoc. Goddamn, I think Dangerously as a vampire, maybe. And they had the Southern boys run out dressed as caricatures of me with oversized tennis rackets. And they had me in the goddamn Confederate general uniform to taunt them. And Ole pitches me. And then they'll take one of the, because there's pumpkins and there's bales of fucking hay around. They'll take one of the pumpkins and they'll fucking hit you over the head with it and it'll stick on your head. So I'm going to be running around with a jack-o'-lantern on my fucking head, right? Not to mention the logistics of how big would this pumpkin have to be to cut a hole big enough to get it over my head without taking my fucking ears off. And I'd had enough because it's against Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton. We're in the first match. It's Robert's knee was hurt, Gibson. So it's not Midnight Rock and Roll. Now it's Tommy and Ricky, and they've never teamed up before on any television program at that point, and we're going to still do the job. And then I'm going to come out and interfere in the Southern Boys, our rivals match, and cause them to lose. So our program, both teams get beat by other teams, and then they're going to put a pumpkin over my head to erase any heat that, I might have accumulated by fucking them out of something. I said, no, Ole, they're not going to put a pumpkin over my head. And he's, well, they would have done it in Tennessee, and Nick Goulas, he would have done it. I said, there's a difference, Ole. Nick Goulas drew money. Oh, sick burn, as the kids say, because Ole hated Tennessee wrestling.
Yeah, where did that come from, his hatred of Tennessee wrestling?
Because despite the fact that he had never been there.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. He never worked for Nick Goulas, right?
He'd never, not even in the 60s as a rookie. We'll get to that. It was the concept and what people told him. They got that fucking Roughhouse Fargo over there. He never saw the TV because there was no fucking home video at that time. You didn't promoters, unless they sent footage of a guy who was was coming into your territory. You didn't see any film from any other territory unless you went there and watched it. So, but Ole was very serious-minded. That's the way he and Gene got over and built their legacy, was these guys are fucking real in a world that potentially might be bullshit. And it was, even though he didn't mind guys with gimmicks, he wanted guys that their shit looked legitimate or they sounded legitimate, or, you're not going to do anything fucking outrageous. You're not going to break a bottle over a guy's head and he's up making a comeback in fucking 5 minutes or whatever. Shit like that. And then the predisposition to everybody that had ever worked for Nick Goulas to go around calling goddamn Tennessee bullshit because they didn't like Nick, except for the people who made money in Tennessee and they never left. So anyway, so that's where that came from. But again, that's Ole was trying to ever increasingly, he always wanted control of his company or his booking or whatever. But I think that's where he lost it when he was like, I didn't pick these fucking guys. He couldn't just fire fucking guys. Because that's a lot of times when he worked for Ole, when people suddenly disappeared, he got mad and fired you. As he's mentioned many times, many people have said. But when he was working for TBS, he inherited this fucking roster of guys. He's looking and seeing what they're making, and he knows what he's paid talent that have drawn big money in the past, and they're overpaid. And he also sees that they're not drawing dick for a variety of reasons, and they're still getting that money, whether they practically show up or not. And that just, I'm sure he was, But the thing with Ole is he wasn't hanging on because he needed the wrestling business. People kept asking him to come back. And then he'd get in a spot, well, they're gonna give me $150,000, and this is 30 years ago, to fucking goddamn book or whatever whether I do any good at it or not. What the fuck, right? But he had pretty much, I think it wasn't even, pretty much the last run that he wanted to have as a wrestler was 87, right? When he finally broke off from the Horsemen and switched babyface. He had intended to be retired at that point, and they brought him back in 89 when the deal to get both Tully and Arn got screwed up by Jim Hurt. Am I correct on this in your computer brain?
He came back a little bit before then. Remember, they also brought him back, I want to say, for one night at the Omni. Him and Luger teamed up after Luger turned babyface in 88. And all of a sudden they had Ole in the main event on the Omni with Luger. In 89, remember, he was the designated enforcer for the Halloween Havoc Thunderdome match.
That's right.
It was him and Gary Hart, and then he punched Gary Hart, causing him to throw his white towel in, and Bruno Sammartino thought that was it.
Yeah.
So he was there a little bit before then. Someone had already made the decision to bring him in.
Yeah, well, it was Flair. And that's the thing, is that he knew that, or Flair thought he knew that Tully and Arn were coming back, so you would have 4 horsemen, right? But that's the point is that Ole was 81. That means he was born in what, 1922 at this point. He was making big
1922.
money. 1922. 1942. I'm sorry.
What year is this, Jim?
Oh, God damn it. I misspoke. I didn't misadd. I misspoke.
Can we get a cognitive test for Mr. Cornette, please?
Yeah, hey, I'll tell you what. You examine this head. You'll find nothing. By the time the late 60s, he's 25 years old. He was making good money and on top in the wrestling business. And by 10 years, pretty much 10 years in or so, he's booking. He ends up having a run where he books not only the Carolinas, which was, again, a phenomenal wrestling territory that was did consistent business for all those years, but he was booking Georgia at the same time. And the Anderson brothers, as main event talent, were going back and forth between those two territories. And by the late 70s, early, whenever he bought the piece of Georgia for Watts's piece, he owns part of the company. That was in 15 years. When he was in the mid-'80s, when he was working for Crockett and then switched babyface, and then the late 80s came back to WCW, he had gone back to Minnesota during that period of time because he owned a sawmill. Some people just call it a lumber yard, but it wasn't like Lowe's. It was a sawmill that prepared lumber to go to the people that sold lumber. Because everybody would always ask, "Hey, Ole, how's the lumber business?" or whatever. Goddamn, got a sawmill. But I mean, in this, obviously, you don't just own a fucking sawmill for a hobby. He was making money with that. He had made a fucking fortune for the territory days in the business. We've talked about this before, but when you take into account what he was making in the late 70s, in most of the territory, he was in comparable terms with anybody but Andre, the NWA champion, and Bruno. Because he could, between his booking pay for a territory like the Carolinas that ran sometimes 3 shows a night in those days, and the booker got small percentages off each of the shows, as well as his main event pay for him and Gene being on top, or then later on him and Hansen, or him and whoever, whatever heel he was teamed with. And then Georgia, too, he was making $250,000 a year in the late 70s. Gross, but that's close to $1 million in today's money. And there was a great article, I think it was Greg Oliver, who's done a bunch of the Hall of Fame books and articles. When they called Ole, some Hall of Fame called Ole.
Oh, yeah, that's actually from the Wrestling Review. That's from, it's something I own, and Greg reprinted it. It's a great article.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned you own that, because now you can probably dun Greg for a fucking percentage of it. But yes.
There'll probably be a Wrestling Review collection coming out at some point soon.
Wink, wink, nod, nod. Possibly available at JimCornette.com. But anyway, he wrote the article talking about when some Hall of Fame called Ole to say they want to induct him. And what was the premise? He asked, well, why have you inducted me before? Well, who's in before me? Or whatever Ole would do, right? And the guy told him, well, you were big in the Carolinas, in Georgia, but you never really worked anywhere else. You weren't big anywhere else. And he's, what kind of fucking moron are you? Why would I want to go anywhere else? I was doing so well there.
Well, that was the fight he had with Dave Meltzer on the old Wrestling Observer radio show years ago.
Okay.
Dave had him on, and Ole had just put out his book with Scott Teal, which is a fascinating book to read. It's certainly Ole's perspective of things. And there was a chapter, which was like 2 pages, about Dave not putting him in the first class of the Hall of Fame and the voters not voting him in. And then he went on with Dave, and that was one of the things. You didn't go to enough places. And he's like, he's one of these people. It's like, I got into this business to make money. I didn't have to go anywhere. Why would Bruno leave what he's doing here to go somewhere else?
Well, and see, that's the thing. That's why I mentioned he was so unique and one of the most successful guys in the territory days. When you think about it, in the territories system, when you started in the business, unless you were getting a push because you were some, other professional sport attraction or whatever the fuck, you started like a regular guy. You would go from territory to territory and hopefully work your way up the cards, get more experience, get better, see somebody sees you, give you a gimmick, and you go from making the least amount of money in the preliminaries to the most amount of money in the main events. But even then, you can still be a bigger star in a bigger territory, because the guys making main event money in the Kansas City territory, that might have been level of the underneath preliminary guys in the Carolina territory. You wanted to be a big star in all the territories, right? But it was almost never a career you could even possibly plan, much less actually intend to do, where you would just go to 1 or 2 places and suddenly you would get to be such a big star in that location, making so much money for so long that you would either own part of the thing or you'd never be asked to leave or want to leave. And that would be the Brunos and the Jerry Lawlers and the goddamn Vern Gagnes and the very few other people, right? And Ric Flair to Carolinas. And that's like the goddamn, because there were some guys.
That's the dream, isn't it? Isn't it the wrestler's dream? I don't have to go too far from home and I'll make all this money.
In the territory days, think about this. It wasn't just a wrestler, going from territory to territory in the twinkling of an eye. It's if he's married, if he's got kids, the wife has to go, the kids have to go, unless you're going to keep 2 residences in 2 different parts of the country. And some of these guys would be in the business for 15 or 20 years, and they would make enough money to make a living, but they would be in 2 or 3 territories every year, rotating around. Sometimes they could stay for 6 months or 9 months or whatever. Sometimes it might be 3 months, or who knows what might happen. And has different schools and apartments and all this bullshit. And then when you get to be a star to the level that promoters want you to work all over the country, then you're in the main events and then they're flying you places and you're making main event money and picking your spots. That's a whole different deal. But for somebody to be able to go and not only be a featured main event attract, because when Ole replaced the original Minnesota Wrecking Crew in the Carolinas was Gene Anderson and Lars Anderson. And for whatever purposes that Lars needed replacing when he went out somewhere else, they bring in Ole. And think about this, a guy that had been trained by Vern Gagne, kind of in Eddie Sharkey in that system in Minnesota. They need a replacement in the Carolinas. And they get this guy, Rock Rogowski, who grows a mustache out and looks enough like he's Swedish out of Ole Anderson. I don't know what the fuck. That he can be, Gene Anderson's partner, and he's a big, tough, legitimate fucking guy. But then that starts the Minnesota-Carolina pipeline. Flair to the Carolinas. The Road Warriors. When Ole needs somebody on a sperm of the moment. And Sharky is, oh, I got these fucking guys. And that's, how many people followed that? But Ole was probably the first, right? What, 68 or so he joined Gene?
He came over early, and again, he always kept that good relationship with Vern Gagne, too. He would still talk glowingly about Vern, until the very end. So they always had that good relationship. And, it is interesting when I go through my files I did the other day after Ole passed, and you look at the Andersons and all these pictures of Gene and Lars, and it's almost a different team just in terms of the feel altogether. They called him Rock Rogowski for a reason. He wasn't on the gas or anything. He was just a naturally big guy who lifted weights. He was like a rock. As opposed to Lars, who, Lars was Lars.
Who looked like Lars.
I always love when Ole turned on Dusty and then he's like, my foolish brother Lars, whatever he said. He threw out some line about Lars. But yeah, that opened up the pipeline.
Well, and also the thing is, Gene and Lars were established and we've talked about the Carolinas being a tag team territory. And they would, rotate a lot of, Nelson Royal and Tex McKenzie and Johnny Weaver and George Becker and the Kentuckians and the Bolos and et cetera, who were the Assassins. And, the Andersons fit right in there. But when Ole came in, they were somewhat already established, but they got bigger from there. And I think Ole, because we've talked about Gene, what a believable fucking guy he was. And, when he was an almost 50-year-old fucking stroke survivor who was pudgy and smoked like a chimney and balding. And he could walk up by the Barbarian and give him that fucking grip I've talked about on the elbow, whatever that fucking pressure point, the nerve, the bones, thumb and fucking middle finger, and he'd have Barb on the floor or any other grown man I ever saw. They'd, no, Gene, please, I'm a pussy. Say you're a pussy. I'm a pussy, Gene. Anything, let me go. They weren't working with him. All the fans knew that Gene was legitimate. He trained a bunch of guys that broke in the Carolinas in those days. But he wasn't a great promo. When they made him a manager, it was because the fans had such respect/fear for what he might be able to do to somebody. But it was because after he'd had the health problems. When Ole, and you've heard Lars Anderson's promos, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. So when Ole came in, one of the great, legitimate, big, bully, sarcastic, literate, though logical, emotional promos in all of wrestling, and he could stand there and tell you anything, and you might not even believe it, but you would swear on your life that this guy saying it believed it and really meant everything he was saying. And he was just so real as a fucking windbag prick and a bully and a blowhard and a fucking egotistical whatever the fuck, right? That's what got, I think, the Andersons to the next level, and the work. And then, that's what, when I was there in the mid-'80s, this was 15 years after, Ole had started, all the fans would talk about great tag teams, and whether they mentioned the Rock and Roll or the Midnighter, whether it's back to Flair and Valentine or Steamboat and Youngblood or whatever, they would mention different teams because there had been so many great teams, tag team territory. But almost the first one would be the Andersons, because they were like, okay, it was the Andersons, and then everybody else came up. And that's why they never left. They just fed guys to them. And they drew in all those towns regularly for fucking years and years.
As a fan, before you got into the business, and we've talked about it in the past, we'll talk about it again briefly, but, one of the things you attended was the night that he turned on Dusty Rhodes, that Gene turned on Dusty Rhodes.
Yes.
Omni in Atlanta in 1980. But before we even get there, what was it like for you when you rescued those those films?
Yeah.
And had them transferred? And for the first time, you're seeing all this stuff, which is really the classic Anderson Brothers period.
Yeah. It was, I got goosebumps right now, running up and down my spine. No, this was stuff that we didn't know still existed and that, had never been seen before because it was before the days of home video and all that stuff. And, it was all of those guys in their prime. But with the Andersons, you can see they were different than everybody else because you saw a bit of it in Ole's work in the 80s in terms of if a babyface was going to make a comeback or even gain any ground, they really had to fucking fight. They really had to fucking assert themselves to fight. And then if they got enough, if Ole and Gene got enough, they'd start backing up. You can't see me, but I'm rocking in my seat now. And if Ole was hanging onto your fucking wrist and you punched him in the head, his fucking body language, he'd register it, but like punching a bull. But he hit him the second time and his knees would wobble. But he hit him a third time and his body's starting to sag, but he's going down to a knee, but he won't let go of the fucking wrist. They made the baby faces fight for shit and the people got with it more. And then they were more, yes, they were basic. But when Ole came off the top rope, he would jump off the top rope and either do the knee to the arm, which never blew his knees on all those shitty rings doing that. And when you land, it's more dangerous than what he was doing to the fucking opponent. Or just to hammer or club somebody, and they'd slam on the arm, and they'd quick tag in and out. And the sacrifice thing, where, they did it in several big moments. They didn't overuse it because, see, that's another thing. They stayed in the same territory all those years. They didn't have once in a lifetime, one in a million fucking fluke spots that they overdid to the point of prostitution because people saw them all the time. They had to just fight and wrestle and get people behind the fucking match. And they did that the same place for years and years. But the sacrifice thing, where all would be lost and suddenly if Gene was hanging on the ropes or whatever or leaning into the ring, Ole would grab the baby face and run the baby face's head first into fucking Gene. And remember, that's the fucking same thing that fucked Dynamite Kid up in the Bulldogs match in the Garden or wherever.
He did that. Well, he did that spot at WrestleMania 2. That was the finish. They rammed, I want to say Valentine into Dynamite Kid's head, and he went flying off the apron into the crowd, or not the crowd, but all the way to the floor, and they missed it. They missed the shot of it.
They missed the shot, but Dynamite didn't miss the floor, and that's what fucked his back up. Well, Valentine gave him that finish because they got it from the Anderson brothers. And that maybe that's why Gene later in life had the stroke and or muscle spasms, because they did it a number. But that's the kind of, they would go to any lengths to win a match, right? The Andersons, mean, cruel, and nasty. And that's why that they had that level of heat. When Ole was stabbed in Greenville, that was 1976, maybe. Whatever the point is, he'd been working Greenville on a weekly basis in the Carolinas for almost 10 years at that point. He still had enough heat that this guy wanted to kill him, literally tried to kill him, stabbed him a half inch from his heart. And, you don't get that by goddamn being phony.
When you watch those films after you had him transfer, what did you also think? Because I'm fascinated by babyface Ole Anderson, because those promos are amazing.
Yes.
Just his ability to communicate is amazing. But what did you think of babyface Ole?
Well, that's also with the transfers. One thing I was going to mention was, and Ole could do either one because he could talk and make you believe that he was an evil bully because everything he said made sense and it sounded like he meant it. But he could also talk and make you believe that he was in the right in a particular situation because he could logically communicate that. So and he never said it. He didn't suddenly start, I'm only going to do a headlock. He would still do his Ole Anderson shit. So it was a heel getting a taste of his own medicine. But another thing about the transfers of the films, to watch the people in the various venues in that territory that saw wrestling again, either every week or every 2 weeks at that point in time. And they would go absolutely batshit insane for these wrestling stars that they saw on all the shows, but they were so over and they were so into the wanting to see their hero win and the villain lose, and people get their comeuppance, and the fucking, what's going to happen? Boy, we want revenge for whatever's been done to our guy. They're jumping up and down, screaming, throwing umbrellas, popcorn, babies in the air. All the territory crowds, most of them, any good territories, they had their hot moments, but they also, for a long period of time, the Carolinas was wrestling crazy, and the guys that were on top either had an inordinate amount of heat or were just, the people that hung the moon. And that's why when, as I said, when Ole got there, he never had, and Georgia was the NWA territory next door. And obviously, even though it was one state, much smaller schedule than the Carolinas with 3 towns a night through North and South Carolina and Virginia, part of West Virginia, Barnett, one of the most powerful people in the business. So he would annex some of the talent, and the Pipers or whoever would appear on both. It was a great payoff for Jim Crockett Senior and Junior's talent to come down to either be featured in the Atlanta shows or later on the Omni. And when TBS got, the superstation, or got to be a superstation, so there was, if you were on top in both those territories, you could make, as I mentioned, a couple or $3,000 a week in those days just wrestling. Well, actually, some of the guys at Carolinas in the late 70s, Flair and Valentine, were making close to $150,000 a year just in the Carolinas. So that was, you didn't need to go anywhere. And then Ole, he becomes a booker. He's making extra money, and then he becomes part owner. So Ole was never, he didn't drink. Ole was as much of a fan of women as anybody ever in the wrestling business, but he didn't chase women to a stupid degree and spend a fortune on them. He didn't spend a fortune on any fucking thing. His T-shirt with his goddamn, evil, mean, and nasty or whatever, that was a rib because Ole Anderson wasn't going to spend money on a goddamn ring jacket. So he was independently wealthy and didn't need to do this by the time the mid-'80s rolled around.
Well, before we get to the mid-'80s, 1980, the turn in Atlanta.
Yes.
The only match you didn't shoot ringside for that night.
And that was the thing. The WFIA, Wrestling Fans International Association convention that year's in the Georgia. And the highlight of the weekend of any of the conventions was you went to the territory's main, building to see when the Memphis convention, we went to the Mid-South Coliseum, Knoxville, went to Knoxville Civic Coliseum. Atlanta, we're going to the Omni. So that weekend we saw a TBS television taping. We saw a spot show in, I think where was Georgia? It may have been Carrollton, Georgia. And we had the banquet, and we were at the Omni. And I was there at ringside for all the other matches. It was Harley Race against Tommy Rich for the NWA World Title. And Dutch Mantell worked with Chavo Guerrero. The first time I saw anybody do a fucking moonsault, body block off the top, was Chavo. And a number of other matches, but there was one match that was the cage match, and I had forgotten and got there. I didn't have any high-speed film. You can't shoot that chain link cage with a fucking flash because it fucks everything up. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go back up and sit with Weasel, and my mom is there, and just watch the cage match instead of shoot at ringside.
When did you learn that lesson? Was there a specific match or example where you learned that you can't shoot cage matches?
Yes, the first time that the chicken wire was okay that we had in Louisville for all those years, but the first time I went to a place they actually had a real fucking cyclone fence cage, it just looked like shit. It throws, not only does the light reflect, but it threw the automatic exposure setting that you had back then. It threw that off, and so the background was inside the cage was dark, blah, blah, blah. And so I started shooting 400 speed film, no flash, with cage matches, but because of the hecticness, I got no high-speed film. Nobody else, fuck it, I'll sit this one out. I'm tired. I'm so tired. And luckily, because they had a fucking riot, because it was the culmination of the year and a half long deal they had done. Ole had turned babyface. And he had started teaming up with Tommy Rich, and he had teamed up with Mr. Wrestling 2. And he had teamed up with, but Dusty Rhodes would never agree to be his tag team partner because of the animosity from them from, the years previous. And they would show the fucking clip of Dusty. It will never be over. And so finally, the Assassins, the hottest heel team, at least of the modern era in Georgia wrestling at that point in time.
Maybe in Georgia wrestling history.
Maybe in Georgia wrestling history. Finally, it's the Assassins, and they have fucked with Ole. And Ivan Koloff is a heel. He's on the Assassin side, and Gene Anderson had been out of the picture, had been away from the territory. Ole would later say that Gene had left the territory because he couldn't bear to see who I was associating myself with.
His do-gooder brother Lars. That's what he called him, do-gooder.
My do-gooder brother Lars. But Ole had problems with the Assassins and Ivan Koloff, and he needed help. And Dusty had problems with the Assassins. And finally, they shot some kind of, I can't even remember what, but they really did something to Dusty. And Dusty came and agreed to be Ole's partner so they could get rid of the Assassins. And so this had been like a year and a half in the building of this to get, even though Ole had been a straight babyface and all the others had teamed up with him and there was no hint of a betrayal of anybody, Dusty wouldn't have anything to do with him. And finally, they have the match. And then they have a rematch. And then as the classic promo, everybody's heard it. I used to hand it out in OVW. The promo that Ole did the week after this incident we're talking about to explain it all was one of the great ones in the history of professional wrestling by anybody. He said, I got an idea. What about a cage, Dusty? We could keep those Assassins in with a cage, and the idiot went for it. Ole suggests the cage match with the Assassins, and Dusty agrees to it. And the two referees are Gene Anderson and Ivan Koloff. And so the match starts, and they're wrestling, they do their thing, and it was a cage match, and it's fine, and people are liking it, and then finally they start getting some heat on Ole. And they get him down, and there's not really much going on. It's not like they're killing him or anything. And then finally, but the people want to see Dusty make the tag. And finally, I'm sorry. I tell a lie. They did it the other way around.
It happened quick, didn't it?
Yeah, they didn't get heat on. I was thinking of another time. They got heat on Dusty straight away. They did some shining. But then they got the heat on Dusty, and he was milking getting the tag to Ole. And finally, Dusty does get the tag to Ole, and that's when Ole jumps in and looks at the Assassins and turns around and goddamn starts wailing on Dusty. And then at that point, Gene drops any pretense of being, against the other guys, and he starts getting on, and everybody...
Little detail that was awesome. The Assassins look at each other like, what is happening here?
Yeah. At first they're like, okay, we'll just all goddamn And, once they realize they're not really a fight anymore, and now they're in the cage, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 of them and Dusty. And they're killing Dusty in the cage in the Omni in Atlanta, and the people got hot, and then it turned more desperate because they started sending the boys out, the wrestlers, the underneath guys, to start, and they can't get in. They're shaking the door. The door is locked. The door, they can't, the referees are in the ring, and they've got the fucking keys and everything, blah, blah, blah. And so the underneath guys start trying to climb the cage, and then the heels in the ring, get up on the ropes and they're hitting their hands so they can't climb the cyclone fence, and they're knocking the baby faces off the fucking cage. And this is really creating a goddamn element of jeopardy while they're still working on Dusty and breaking his leg or whatever they were doing. In the middle of the ring, the other ones are keeping the baby faces from, and that's when Lars is out there, because Lars had been presented as a baby face, even though by that point his glory days were long behind him. And finally, some of the fans they create such a sense of urgency to this that the fans start trying to climb the god. Now the heels are hitting the cage for real. Oh shit, don't let those motherfuckers get over the top. And that's when they got the bolt cutters or whatever they fucking did, and they got the door open and a bunch of the baby faces pour in. And this is always an awkward moment because there's only one door in those old cages, and it was only like 3 feet wide. So the heels have to stand the baby faces off. The baby faces have to go to the injured baby face they're saving and look like they're trying to do something, but the heels got to get out the same door they just came in, and those baby faces had to do something. So they're wailing on the goddamn heels as they're trying to get out that door. That's uncomfortable as fuck. I've been in that position. And then once the heels get out on the floor, the cops are shitting because the whole arena's in an uproar, and it wasn't sold out that night, but it looked great to me because it was the first time I'd ever been there. But I'm going to say, was there 12,000 people there? Ted wouldn't have been out of the way. 10 or 12,000, they're fucking pissed. And the floor area and in the Omni, I may have mentioned, you had to walk down an aisleway and then kind of cut to a diagonal further aisleway to get underneath to the locker room. So they can't get the goddamn heels out. They've been in the cage for a while now, and they still can't get the heels out of there. And then all the cops circle them as a run, and they got the shit beat out of them. It was fucking chaos. But that got it got the point across.
And of course, the video's out there. I think it's called The Big Turn of 1980. And it is an extraordinary video because the way they covered it is it's an amazing clip because they show the footage and they have all the wraparound interviews while Ole's in a studio. And I forget who walked away at the beginning. Maybe Walter Johnson, or who was it? Someone walked away and they said, "You'll get yours one day, Ole Anderson." And he goes, "Not from you."
Yeah, not from you. Remember the interview I was telling you about where the football player forgot all the guys' names?
Yeah.
That's it. and then Ole said, "Just go on. Just get out of here. Nobody wants to hear from you. Just leave." But anyway, so that's... Unfortunately, I think Ole is more remembered for being a grumpy bad booker in 1990 or whatever than he is for being one of the great fucking heel talents in the business and one of the most successful guys of the territory days, that he should be remembered for, because most of that stuff is not around anymore and in the public eye, or where people trip over it and are forced to look at it.
And of course, when you would go to Crockett, he would be there and you would see him, and that was the end of his run. I guess the rumor is that he took all the Georgia master tapes and burned them in his yard when Vince McMahon got the company. And it sounds believable because of who it is. He wanted to have a blood oath with the Briscoes.
I don't know. With Ole again, maybe he put them in a goddamn shed just to hide them, and he was going to deny any knowledge of where they were, and they rotted rather than because I'm thinking he's got to figure he could have made some money out of them sometime or other. But that's why, and of course, I was the first time I ever got fired in the wrestling business, and fuck, the last time for the next 22 years, I guess, was Ole, when he closed the whole territory down in Georgia. We did the summer of '83 for 6 glorious weeks, and he closed the territory at the classic line to Dundee and Ron West. Don't do this anymore. What, the interviews? No, any of it. And it was everything's canceled. Okay. But when I first came to Crockett, think about what Ole thinks of me, because I guarantee you that Ole Anderson did not watch any pro wrestling on television in his spare time, or any wrestling that he was not involved with that he had to watch for business if he was booker or whatever, or potentially even if he did a television show, I don't imagine he'd probably watch himself by this point, right? So the only time that he has ever seen me before I come to work for Jim Crockett Promotions, where I'm managing the new top heel tag team that's coming in the territory with their manager, a guy named Jim Cornette. I worked for him for 6 weeks, 2 summers previously, where the most notable thing I did on his fucking Chattanooga studio television show that he was never even there in person for was get my face shoved in a cake while conducting a birthday party for my dog. And
the whole time he's blaming Nick Goulas. That's the funny thing.
Well, there you go. Yes, well, because and here's the thing, because they told me Ronnie West and Dundee, because they were the only ones that actually saw Ole, right? When we were working there, Ole wasn't coming around those fucking towns, but they would go in once a week and have the meeting with him, and he didn't like the birthday party with the dog. They came back and said, "Oh, fucking Ole hates you. He hated the birthday party." So when I met him the next week, because when we did the local promos, it was in the Omni, the offices that the Georgia wrestling office had. And, he could stroll by. And I met him that next week after the birthday, which was 2 weeks before he came in and said, "Don't do this anymore." And he said, "You're Cornette." I said, "Ole, it's nice to meet you. I saved you a piece of cake." He said, "Oh, yeah?" I said, "It's in my ear." And that's the last interaction I had with Ole Anderson until I walked into Crockett being the manager of the top heel tag team.
Speaking of interactions, I guess for a lot of the younger fans or people who discovered a lot of these guys on tapes or later on DVD and then actually really on YouTube, Ole became known as the grumpy guy in various shoot interviews and documentaries where he would say what he would say. He told Vince McMahon to go fuck himself. Then he said the same thing to Linda.
Yeah.
He bragged about it.
Hold on now. Don't gloss over it. Vince said after the unpleasantness over the Georgia office, Vince was at a place with Linda, and he said, Ole said, "Got my wife Linda here. I'd like you to meet her." And he said, "Fuck you and fuck Linda."
See, the funny thing, too, is Vince McMahon went everywhere with lots of bravado. And he dealt with a lot of tough, strong personalities. He tried to take down Harley Race in a bathroom.
Yeah.
And he got his ass kicked. When he went down to Georgia after everything, he brought Gorilla Monsoon as his bodyguard. That's the only time he went with someone because he was afraid something could happen. Right? Think about that.
That's true. And Ole is the only one that would never at any point, before, during, or after his unpleasant dealings with Vince McMahon, did he ever goddamn soften up as, "Well, Vince, at least we can look back on those days." No, fuck you and fuck Linda and fuck your kids. You fucked me and I don't need you and I won't buddy up to you and I'm not going to forgive you for it.
See, Vince counted on that from the entire industry. I fucked you, you know it, but you have to come work for me. And maybe we'll get along, it'll be great, but you'll be working for me and I'll be in charge.
Yeah.
Very few people said, "Go fuck yourself," over and over and over again, like Ole Anderson did, which makes it even more surprising that WWE Raw, I guess this shows a lot about the change of management there.
Yeah.
They put up a very nice graphic and talked about him a little bit.
Yes, and of course you could tell Michael Cole had to look down to refer to his notes when he said, nobody will ever forget the Minnesota Wrecking Crew. That's the answer we were looking for. But no,
we want to pay tribute to Ole Anderson, a wrestler I've never heard of before. No, but it was nice. They did a tribute to him on there. AEW ended up combining his and Virgil's tribute together during the ring entrance, I think, for the Orange Cassidy match. And all I'm thinking is, boy, if Ole Anderson was alive for this.
Oh, my God. Let me tell you something. I'm old. I need to save my money because it's all downhill from here. But I'll guarantee you, I won't spend a lot of money on too much these days, but I would give someone every penny I had to just have a video, much less be there in person, of 2 hours of Ole Anderson in the AEW locker room. that would be fuck Richard Pryor, Chris Rock, Carlin can get, no, that would be the funniest fucking material that off the top of his head. That would be the greatest fucking performance in the history of wrestling. So, and of course, he gave me the greatest compliment I've ever had. I will memorialize this one more time in your memory, Ole. He said, Cornette, I used to think you were a dumb fuck, but so many other dumb fucks have come along that are worse than you are, and you've moved up the ladder without doing anything. And for Ole, that was glowing praise.
You have to think that's his way of saying, I like you. You're doing good.
Yes. I had to somehow impressed him in some fashion that I was now not the biggest dumb fuck he's ever seen.
You know, I saw Ric Flair put out a very nice tweet, and obviously he doesn't do his own tweets. He has someone who does it for him, but, you know, they had a big falling out. I think Ole lent him money, and whatever happens, happens, and they had a major falling out. But Flair acknowledged, you know, I was brought in as an Anderson. That's what got me over, really.
Yeah.
Was being an Anderson in Mid-Atlantic, and it's all because of Ole.
And that's because being from, well, this is as simple as it was in those days, and it worked. Everybody in the Carolinas knew that the Anderson brothers, the Minnesota Wrecking Crew, are from Minnesota. When they bring this kid in from Minnesota, at that point, it was George Scott, but I'm sure, you know, all the Crockett's agreed and et cetera. The best way to get somebody over is to align them with the Anderson brothers. Here's somebody from Minnesota. He's the cousin. He's the cousin of the Andersons. And that gave him instant fucking heat that he was just related to those goddamn low-life people in the fans' eyes.
And they needed to keep track of who the family was, because Arn Anderson at one point was Ole's cousin, his nephew, and then eventually his brother.
Well, I think that's when they started realizing, wait a minute, Arn looked older than he was, and to be Ole's nephew, Jesus, how old is Ole? So this became his brother. But yeah, Flair, I think, was always a cousin. Our cousin, Ric Flair.
And we talk about it getting Flair over in Mid-Atlantic, or being one of the things that led to it. Arn Anderson, Marty Lundy, was a very talented undercard wrestler, did some work for Mid-South on TV, was working obviously in his home area. Becoming Arn Anderson immediately lent him credibility. And when people talk about the Anderson look, because various other people throughout time since then, like all of a sudden it's like, here's Bill Anderson. There really is a Bill Anderson.
A country music star, Bill Anderson, would like to have a word with you, but I know the point you were stretching to make.
It's Ole's look. Like the classic Anderson look, it's Ole's look. It's not like this guy looks like Gene, this guy looks like Lars. It's no, this guy's a beard and a mustache and he's going bald. He's an Anderson.
And I think Arn will be the one to tell you that, I mean, Arn was a fabulous worker in his career and was one of the premier talkers, but neither one of those things, his work got him noticed, but the thing that enabled him to get the spot that he got to show his talents was that he happened to look like fucking Ole. If he'd have had no resemblance to Ole, I don't know if they would have taken the goddamn, you know, they would have wanted to do something with him, but I don't know if they would have taken the time and the care and gone to that level to make him an Anderson brother and put him in a spot like that, or an Anderson family member. If he hadn't looked like Ole, he wouldn't have got that opportunity.
Hey, one more story before, I know we've gone a while here, but, you know, Ole was there when you left WCW. You were there when Ole got fired from WCW. And you played a part in it. Well, well, I don't mean in a bad way, but it was Ole trying to.
I can't say I wasn't even there because I was there.
But it was Ole trying to get his son set up so he could start in a business the right way, and it ended up costing him his WCW job, although he didn't really seem to be too upset about it.
Well, and it may be also romanticizing it to say that it cost him his job. Bischoff was part of the story. I will tell it. Rather than beat around the bush about it, but Bischoff was waiting for an opportunity, a reason, or just the time where he was far enough away from Ole to fire him. So it just came up while I was in the middle of it. But Ole and Eric Bischoff, obviously, for a variety of reasons, and you can go read his book, I'm not going to quote him chapter and verse, didn't get along with each other or have probably the same outlook on the wrestling business. But Ole had been at that point, because he had a contract of some description. He had been the booker and he'd been in management when Bischoff made his play for it. Ole had ended up, he's working in the power plant and as a trainer and or, director of special projects. Steve Hirsch, the head of Vivid Video, the porn company. So whenever they had a girl on the roster that it was their girlfriend, but they wanted to put her on the payroll and get her a job, they'd make her director of special projects. So he was just hanging around with not a lot of pull on anything. And they had been training, Ole was, too many pronouns, pal. And Ole, at the same time, Bryant, his son, Bryant Rogowski, had been training to wrestle and had one of the power plant contracts, whatever they call them, developmentals. So I guess as part of the heat, they either cut Bryant or let his deal expire. They didn't give him a chance to do anything or whatever. And that this was the point where I was running Smoky Mountain. Knoxville and Atlanta are 200 miles apart. And it's been so long since I've thought of the initiation of it. I think Ole called me, did he not? Or how did I get notified about it?
He must have, because you wouldn't have been calling there like, hey, do you have any guys that they just cut?
I hadn't talked to Ole since I yelled at him and walked out on him fucking 4 years beforehand. So, but anyway, I say, you know what, to have the son of Ole Anderson in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, especially if Ole said, I'll cut some promos and introduce him for you. Now I'm going to get Ole Anderson on Smoky Mountain Wrestling TV. Yes, I'm interested in him. He told me Bryant's background. He was not only a big kid, and he had the Anderson look. He had the fucking mustache. He looked like Ole, and also he could wrestle and was a big kid and obviously didn't have any goofy or unrealistic expectations of what the business was because he's Ole's son. And since then, by the way, he's had a successful business career and personal life and is a well thought of member of the community down there in North Georgia, I believe. So, it's probably better that the wrestling thing went away. Bryant, I'm talking about. But anyway, so what I did was I said, look, I got these shows this weekend, then I will come down to Atlanta and I'll bring the camera. Let's shoot some interviews with you introducing Bryant. Because I didn't expect at that time that he would be able to come to my television. He works for WCW, right? He's not going to be able to come to fucking Hurley, Virginia to my TV taping. I said, where you want me to meet you, at a hotel, or we do, what? No, I'll come to the power plant. What? Come on down. We'll shoot it in the parking lot. I said, oh, God damn it. Here we go. I'm like, I'll be there. So he gives me the directions and I drive down. Jim Cornette. Now we know that there's issues between me and WCW. And at that time, I think Bischoff was aware that, yes, because I'd specifically at Super Brawl 3, I'd specifically told him that I blamed him for altering our angle and told him he was the reason we wouldn't be back and didn't trust anybody in the fucking place, right? So this is like November of 94, October, whatever. So I pull in the parking lot and I park and I go up and I see Jody Hamilton. Hey, Jody, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. I said, Terry Taylor. Hey, Terry, how you doing? And Terry excuses himself to go somewhere.
Yeah, to make a phone call, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then here's Ole, and Ole tells Jody, I'm taking lunch. So we go out in the parking lot, and Ole tells her, the first thing he says to me, he says, Eric Bischoff has not been the power plant. Now, Eric Bischoff has not been in this place in 6 weeks. I guarantee you, if you're here an hour, you'll see him. Because it wasn't like it was next door, the CNN Center in downtown Atlanta, the regular office. This was out like in suburban northeastern, whatever the fuck, I can't remember. So it took a minute, in between. So we're shooting the interviews, and I've got my tripod and my little 8mm camera. And Ole's and Brian are talking on my pencil microphone, taped to a pencil because I didn't have a handheld, and I just kept it that way. And they shoot 3 or 4 different fucking interviews, right? Plus we've talked about it in between. So let's say, 20 to 30 minutes. And as they were doing the last one, Ole's talking, and all of a sudden he looks off camera. This is one we didn't use. He said, here we go. And I look, and there's Bischoff in his red Corvette pulling in the parking lot. So, I mean, he must have used the express elevator at CNN Center. And so I said, well, do you need to go? He said, hold on. So Bischoff walks up to get within about 10 feet of us. He sees me there with the camera. I'm beaming. Ole, can I see you a minute? Said, Eric, I'm on lunch. I'm doing an interview with my kid. Hold on. I'll be right there. So he finished the last one we got to do, right? And he says, all right, I'm going to go in here. Go in and get fired. Because I think this was maybe part of his plot. He knew he didn't want to be there anymore. He's taking the money, but goddamn it, he wasn't going to fucking get mad if Bischoff fired him because he didn't like fucking Bischoff. And it was Ole, right? So goddamn, they go in the power plant. And I'm standing there talking to Bryant, and that's what I've told the story before. I saw Bischoff's spotless red Corvette, and I picked a big old greasy green booger and wiped it across his windshield just so he'd have something to look at on the way back. And they're in there 10 minutes or whatever, not long. And I said, Bischoff comes out and gets his car and drives off, not says anything. Ole walks back up. Well, what happened? He said, well, we walked in there. I said, all right, Eric, everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to see you and me. What's going to happen? Everybody wants to know. What do you got to say to me? Like you're daring him to fire him. And Ole said that Bischoff said, well, we think you're using very poor judgment in speaking to Jim Cornette. And Ole said, well, I'm just speaking to him because he's going to give my kid a job. You know my kid, Bryant, my son, the one that you fucking cut or fired or, forgot about or whatever terminology you used. And he says, so he's gonna be wrestling for him. We're out there in the parking lot on my own time. I'm at lunch, whatever. Just get it over with, motherfucker. And he said, Bischoff just, and he changed some subject and he said something about something else. And then he said, well, we'll talk about this further, and got back in the fucking car and took off. And then the next day called him on the phone and fired him. Maybe it was 2 days later. It was imminent. So when Bischoff was downtown and Ole was out in fucking Peachtree City or wherever, he called him. So, well, Ole, we're giving you your notice. Well, what took you so long? Was the comeback that I heard from Ole, because then Ole ended up coming up and doing, I think, 2 of my live TV tapings. At least the first one, maybe the first 2 that Bryant was on.
Well, Ole Anderson, certainly one of the most unique characters in wrestling history, one of the most influential characters for a generation behind the scenes. And I guess just to settle it and end it with this, should he be in a Wrestling Hall of Fame?
I don't see how he cannot be. I mean, again, if there's a Wrestling Hall of Fame and you've got a cap of 20 wrestlers from all history, then maybe not. But if it's a Wrestling Hall of Fame open to anyone who's Hall of Fame level, I don't see how anybody. Again, he was making money and featured in main events as a wrestler and a booker that dwarfed some of the biggest stars that are currently in the Hall of Fame that were just territory wrestlers. And he achieved something that few people in the territory days were able to accomplish, really ownership of part or all or some of a territory, while at the same time doing something else, doing it by doing something else that almost nobody was able to do, which is make one move after you break into business, make one move, and pretty much are able to work that part of the country for the rest of your career and retire off of it. So there's multiple unique or very rare milestones that Ole Anderson, and to be not only a main event wrestler that drew money with their matches with Flair and Valentine were what put Flair and Valentine in the Carolinas on the map. In a heel program. Not only to be great in the ring, but to be even better on the microphone and to do all this stuff behind the scenes and to have given either their first job or the okay to begin training of them or their first national exposure or their first main event spots to everybody from the Road Warriors to Rick Rude, fucking on and on. You know, how can he not be? I don't even understand the discussion here. We're talking about putting Kenny Olivier in the fucking Hall of Fame, and Ole Anderson somehow has to clear a bar, as he told the other guy. Perhaps you just don't understand what success looks like in this fucking business.
Well, there it is, our look at the life and career of Ole Anderson, and I guess to sum it all up, as Ole would say, go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Jim, before we move completely on from the sad news of passings in wrestling and another wrestling death this past week, someone you weren't around too much, if ever, but Virgil.
Some, yes.
Virgil, who most famously was the bodyguard for Ted DiBiase, then had a babyface run after that. They later brought him into the NWO and WCW as Vincent, and then they changed his name to Shane. He was also Curly Bill and Soul Man Jones, I think, and...
No, Soul Train
Jones. Soul Train Jones, that's right. But Virgil just passed away. Any thoughts on this? Certainly a memorable character from the height of WWF.
Do you know who first told me about... Well, his name was Mike Jones. So do you know who first told me about Mike Jones?
Based on where he was working, my guess is going to be Randy Hales.
Brian Hildebrand.
Oh, really?
Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, for those of you 90s WCW referee fans, because he was from Pittsburgh. And that was the period of time, what was it, 86, 87, where several of the guys from the Pittsburgh, West Virginia independent scene that was kind of rudimentary at the time, got booked in Memphis. There was Virgil became Soul Train Jones, and they dressed him up in the red, white, and blue striped Apollo Creed gimmick from Rocky, and he was a babyface. And then a guy named Goliath, who was, I don't remember what his real name was, but he was like almost 7 feet tall and long hair. Goliath got a spot. And also Downtown Bruno Lauer, because Bruno had been working as an indie manager also up in that area, and he was Brian Hildebrand's nemesis, right? Brian was always wanting to, to get in a territory, and Bruno beat him to it and got into Memphis. Because Bruno could do a bit better promo than Brian Hildebrand. Brian was a better worker, but he was too small. Nevertheless, he said, yeah, Soul Train, they're calling him Soul Train Jones, and he's doing an Apollo Creed gimmick in Memphis. And of course, then I got the tapes from, most of the territories on a monthly basis. And so I saw him and noticed him more because Brian had talked about him. But, you could tell he was green and he was a good athlete, but that was a period of time in Memphis where not too much was going to get over, but he did a good job with it and was there probably longer than those other guys. And then then after that is when he got the spot as Virgil, which, as everybody has since known, it wasn't a common knowledge then to the average fan going to the shows, but they were trying to fuck with Dusty. Dusty was the booker for the opposition, so we're going to make the stooge, the servant, the butler, we're going to give him, your real name. And so then when the shoe was on the other foot and he went to work for WCW, in 99 or whatever it was, for the NWO, it was, they named him Vincent after Vince McMahon because he was the NWO's flunky guy.
He really was the perfect guy in the role of Ted DiBiase's bodyguard. Because, anyone could have been slotted in there, but he portrayed it the right way. He never talked. He always gave you like a stern look. he always got his ass kicked, but he still came back and you thought he may be tough because he was a big jacked up guy.
Yeah.
But he was perfect in that role.
And they worked it, when they were out in public too, traveling together. He would open the doors and carry the bags. And well, that's the thing, is some people were saying, on the internet after he passed away, is that he would do whatever. When he showed up at a show, what you want me to do, whatever you want me to do, as long as I get paid, right? And getting paid was a part of most of his modern era or latter day fame, in the lengths that he would go to sell his gimmicks or merchandise or selfies, or if somebody, on the bus asked him for a picture, he'd charge him for it, whatever. But he committed. He would always give 100% to whatever he was doing, and he didn't mind, having people see him carrying Ted DiBiase's bags at the hotel, because it made the gimmick.
It made the gimmick, and it worked, and they were together for a few years, and then they finally built him up with Roddy Piper behind him to turn babyface, to have enough of Ted DiBiase's sudden abusiveness. He was never really abusive to Virgil, and then all of a sudden he became a real jerk.
Yeah.
And then Virgil turned babyface and won the $1 million belt, and it's easy to forget now, and he certainly became a comedy figure later in life, but on purpose, on social media and stuff. But for a brief moment there, it worked, and they got him over, and he was really over as a, upper mid-card babyface holding a WWE $1 million belt title.
And, that's why I was going to say I was briefly around him, because as I do recall, I sound like, the voiceover guy on fucking Iron Chef. As I recall, he was there when we first started making shots in 93. Virgil was still there, or he'd left before, but he was there.
No, he finished up. I think the last night was Royal Rumble 94, the beginning of 94. Okay. So he was there.
So he, but he was there. And I mean, once a month we'd go up for TV. I never sat down and had any in-depth conversations with him, but he seemed like a, halfway normal, rational person for this business. Admittedly, the bar is low. But then I really, have never spent any time around him since then. Maybe we were, at the same convention at some point or whatever. But then in recent years, I would hear the tweets about the Olive Garden meat sauce, or, whatever. I mean, and,
we had a series of videos where you and him, or you and whoever runs his social media, were in a very funny fashion going back and forth.
Well, that's what I'm trying. I don't even remember the details now, to be honest with you about that. You reminded me of it earlier, but that's what I was going to ask you was this a case where, I hate to speak ill of anybody, but was it like the Iron Sheik, where for a while there, maybe he wasn't, all right, and people were taking advantage of it? Or was it did he just decide to become a wacky person in his, latter years and for the social media thing? And I don't even, like I said, I find it hard to believe anybody my age sitting there tweeting wacky things to the kids out there, or, texting or whatever. But I do know that some of the guys have people that run their social media so they don't have to fuck with it, and they say outlandish things. But what do we know? Was Virgil serious with all this? Do we know yet to this day? Or was he pulling all of our puds, as they say?
I don't know what he pulled, but it was certainly a social media team, and it was a concerted campaign. Bizarre at times. I'm not exactly sure where they were going, but it got people talking about it. I just read something. It may have been Greg Oliver's column in Slam. I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head. And I was blown away by this. It said after wrestling, he went back and got a degree in mathematics.
What?
Yeah, I was like, what? Where did that come from? I never heard that.
Well, no, what? He was always good with his money. No wonder he could count so well. He wanted to make sure he got a turn to profit on those selfies or whatever. But no, he
learned a lot about counting with Ted DiBiase's money in his hands.
Oh, there you go. But no, we hate to hear that. No, never any personal issues or anything with Virgil, and we wish his family and friends and who got custody of the Soul Train Jones outfit. I might be interested.
Or the meat sauce. We need to find out more details.
You know, they never got to actually market his own brand of meat sauce. Is that what they were going for?
Well, I think the problem was the holdup was WWE owning the rights to the name Virgil. Because without the name, what are you?
Just Mike Jones's sauce probably wasn't going to, hey, would you like to get some of Mike Jones's sauce? Where? Well, right over here at the store.
Well, of course, like you said, we send our thoughts to the friends and family and fans of Virgil. And of course,
and fans of all meat sauces around the world.
And the Olive Garden.
Can we talk about, we got to say, I know it's your program, but at the top of the program here, I want to recognize, we just heard on the interwebs this morning that Jackie Crockett passed away, the black sheep of the Crockett family. He was the happy, entertaining one. He was totally unlike the rest of them. It was a rib. I'll explain who Jackie was to us in a minute, but Jackie Crockett was the brother of obviously Jimmy Jr. and David and Francis, and the son of Jim Crockett Sr., who started the dynasty. And when they owned Crockett Promotions, Jimmy was obviously, he was the president, and David was, I'm sure he had some corporate title of vice president or something, but everybody knew David as the TV announcer after his brief foray into wrestling that did not make it out of his rookie year.
David Finlay.
David Finlay, that was his middle name, David Finlay Crockett, David F. Crockett. So anyway, and Francis, as we all know, worked in merchandise and was kind of in charge of the ballpark that they owned in Charlotte, the Charlotte O's, the baseball team, and that type of thing. And Jackie had probably the most fun job with the least amount of responsibility, which is that's exactly the way he wanted it. He was the head cameraman, the fucking handheld floor camera guy at all of the syndicated TV tapings that Crockett did in the Carolinas, going back to before they got on TBS. And, you know, when they got the Nemo truck, National Electronics Mobile Operation, that secondhand TV truck that they would drive up to Silsbee, North Carolina and shoot TV. And that way Jackie could interact the most with the boys. Whereas I'm not saying that Jimmy and David didn't want to be around the boys, but Jimmy and David also, everybody knows, they were dry as personalities. They were reserved. They weren't coming in throwing the door open and fucking laughing out loud. Hey, you fucking idiot. What the fucking, or, you know, just, hey, how you doing? They were very reserved. Jimmy was positively dry. And they always, you'd see if Jimmy did come to the matches, he'd still be wearing a jacket, even if he didn't have a tie on, and a collared shirt. And, you know, David's always dressing up because he's the TV announcer. You only saw Jackie Crockett wearing a tie when he was forced into being fill-in interview guy if Shivani was somewhere else, right? And he had to do a couple of stand-up interviews. Otherwise, he was not wearing a suit. He was not wearing a tie. I've never seen a motherfucker sweat so much in my life as he did at those syndicated TV tapings in Spartanburg and all those other places in the middle of summer. And he's carrying that fucking camera around and he's got shorts on and he's fucking, it just looked like he poured a bucket of water over his head and loved every minute of it. He had a ball doing that shit. And he'd be back in the locker room and fucking around with the guys because, and like I said, he was the black sheep. He was the one that was, it was like Owen Hart and the Hart family. He was the one with the sense of humor. And I'm not knocking David and Jimmy when I say that, but that's what all the boys thought. Well, they're the epitome of bland white men. And here's fucking Jackie. Right. And they were, David and Jimmy were married and settled down, and Jackie was single, and he went out with the boys to Plum Crazy and got as drunk as they did and fucking chased women. And I guess he kept the cameraman job even through the Turner era. And the guy he was still there doing it when I left, but I mean, years after that, I guess. And, he loved that shit, and he was the fucking personality. And if there was a camera shot to be had of any voluptuous female in the audience anywhere, whether it be a, fucking rec center or one of the TBS NBA arenas, he would find it for the enjoyment of he'd focus his camera in such a way as everybody's watching him focus his camera, and meanwhile the locker room is getting entertainment. He just he was fucking an over the top personality. He could have been one of the boys had he chosen to go in that, and I don't know about his athletic ability, but had he chosen to go into that, he could have been one of the boys. I hate to hear that, but
it's crazy too when you think about like 1980s WWF. No one ever says, "Oh yeah, my favorite camera guy was." No one knows who any of those guys were. No one knows any of their names. But with Jackie Crockett, and knowing that Crockett Promotions was a relatively small crew overall as a company, and then later on, just talking about the production team. Think about how many classic moments were seen through his lens.
Oh, yeah. And he was the one that was smartest to the business. I mean, it was mostly the same crew. TBS was a different crew and a different setup. They used the TBS personnel there, and a lot of them were regulars also, most of them. But with Crockett's syndicated TV and the TV truck, it was same director, Wayne Daniel, and his same audio guys most times, same camera people. But Jackie was the smartest one of the business, and the one that could just bop in and out and talk openly. And, what are you doing? Or, you would go up to him and say, well, we're going to shoot this. And because there were really no production meetings with the actual production crew in those days, and the wrestling end, except for, if Dusty knew, shit, they might miss this, he'd tell JJ, go make sure they don't miss this. And otherwise it was a fucking free for all. But Jackie was the one that was most important, but he could get away with shit too. Cause like, if we were in a squash match in some little gym or whatever, Jackie would come up next to me. I'm on the floor managing the midnight, and he'd get next to me with the camera, and he's got the camera on his right shoulder, and he's holding it with his right hand, right? With his left hand, he's fucking either trying to goose me with his thumb in the ribs or pinching me in the ass or whatever to get me to fucking jump. And at one point, this made television. The director took it. He crowded me so much in the corner where I look over my shoulder to the left. He's standing right there. I look over his shoulder. I finally reach in my pocket. I've got like $20 I was going to take to the concession stand and get hot dogs later. And I pull out the $20 and I'm like, here, please leave me alone. And his hand reaches out on camera and takes the money from me and then backs away from me. Because what are they going to do? Fire the boss's brother? Right? He could, but it was just, it broke up the monotony of, doing shit like that. And, but then with the big stuff also, whether it be the Fireball with Ronnie Garvin or those Flair and Steamboat, showdowns or, whatever, he was there from the beginning because he was a member of the family, but he'd worked there from the 70s through that Mid-Atlantic glory years, the expansion, the whole 9 yards, all the way through TBS. And was, again, just the irascible one.
Well, that is the tribute to the irascible one himself, Jackie Crockett. Jim, we have some sad news to report.
What's up now?
News being broken by Greg Oliver of SlamWrestling.com, or .net, excuse me, SlamWrestling.net. Promoter Al Zinck has passed away at the age of 91.
Oh, gee, I thought it was going to be a rib of some kind, or you were going to do.
I would never make a joke about such a subject. What's wrong with you?
Never make a joke about the death of Al Zinck at 91 years old. Good heavens. And in Nova Scotia, too, or up there in... Was he Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, New Brunswick? What part of the world
Keep going.
He promoted? The Maritimes.
The Maritimes. I think that's a safe way to...
Well, is that a whole group of... That's what they call the whole group of the area there?
Hold on. It goes into here.
I could see your Canadian geography is as good as mine. I was up there a time or two, but not often.
My Canadian geography, I have learned, is comprised of only the territories that were good.
Now, come on.
If it's any of the ones that are just like there's no footage or you don't hear any good things about, I kind of don't know the geography as well.
Al Zinck was the one that Dennis Condrey went up with Phil Hickerson and David Schultz and the Gibson brothers from Tennessee, summer of '77, right? Was that was Al Zinck or was that Emile Dupree? I bet you it was Al Zinck.
I'm not sure, but did Al Zinck, I'm going through this article here.
They left after like 2 weeks and came back to Tennessee after causing riots and fearing for their lives. Schultz had to bail them out with a hockey stick.
He was the WCW NWA promoter from 89 to 93 in Canada.
Well, it's nice of him to bring back a legend at that point in time.
So did you meet him when you actually worked for WCW in Canada?
I don't remember. Maybe he was good God, was he the promoter of the show that was gassed?
It was gassed.
Remember?
No,
you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
I'm not sure.
We had a goddamn loop up there for WCW in 1990 that was somewhere in Nova Scotia, somewhere St. John. There's 2 St. Johns. We were in both of them, I believe. And the first town drew like shit. We're talking 500 people. It'd go all that way. And a second town drew like shit. And if there was 4 of them, the third town drew like shit. And the last one we were going to do before we left fucking to come home, we get to that one and there's a giant line outside the building, 4 abreast and winding around the sidewalk. And oh, wow. Okay. One fucking show we're going to goddamn do up here that's worth a shit, right? And the hotel is right across the street. And we check in the hotel, and I'm looking out the window. I'm going, that line hadn't moved. Well, you know, we still got a few minutes. You'd think maybe they'd open up the doors a couple minutes early because there's all these people standing there. But we got to walk over. It's an hour before showtime, right? We walk over there. And as we're about halfway there, I think it was David Crockett. I can't remember, but it may have been, nevertheless, whoever was there representing the WCW office started waving, said, go back. What? It was a hockey arena, right? And they'd had a leak in the ice freezing process of a professional type of hockey apparatus. Somehow there's ammonia involved. Right? And they've had a leak. And the whole building, they says, filled up with it. You know what ammonia smells like. I mean, it'll burn your nose if you just stick it over the bottle, right? Imagine if there's a leak from this shit from tanks. And he said they've got a bunch of big fans on. Just go back to the hotel for about a half an hour. Come back at 7:30. Okay. So 30 minutes later, we go back, we walk back over there again. And we went in because Bobby's like, well, come on, we better get ready. You know, Bobby is like, we got to work. We're defying death here. We walked in the building. They still had the fans on. They still said, oh, it'll clear out. It'll clear out. Your eyes start watering. Your fucking nose hurts. And Bobby's sitting down his bag and started taking his fucking shoes off. I'm like, Bobby, don't start getting dressed. This does not look like it. They couldn't let the people in at that point still. And we're in there about to get dressed, right? And so finally, about 15 or 20 minutes later, saner heads prevailed and they canceled it. We can't bring the entire audience in here and gas them, even if we can gas the wrestlers. So they canceled the show. We're on the way to the fucking airport the next morning, pick up the newspaper and open up, and I've still got the clipping. I think it was in the Midnight Express scrapbook. The headline in the local newspaper was Wrestling Show Gassed. I said it was a mercy killing. And we came back home never to return to Canada for WCW.
Well, as it says here in the article, when the Toronto promotion run by Jack Tunney switched allegiances from the NWA and Jim Crockett promotions to the expanding World Wrestling Federation, Zinck saw an opportunity. It was Zinck who ran WCW shows in Toronto and in the Maritimes. Zinck worked with them from 89 to 93. Here's a quote. I was always a straight shooter. I almost had Maple Leaf Gardens. I was so close. I was ready to undercut Tunney. And then Shane Zinck, his son.
Sounds like a real nice guy.
Here's a story. I got to end with this. I don't know why this gets me. His son, Shane Zinck, can still recall the way his father would get in trouble as a promoter. Here's a quote. I used to go to the wrestling with him in the circuits. And every once in a while, I'd get a call over the PA system. Shane Zinck, please go to the office. I'd only be a kid, like 8, 9, and he'd be beating up 5 or 6 guys who attacked him. And I mean, he cleaned house on them. He was a real scrapper.
Who the fuck is beating up the promoter? Is he
5 or 6 guys? Why did he call his son there to see this?
I mean, I know that the sheets weren't as prevalent back in the circuits days, but when the fuck did this take place?
Or could it be, hey guys, I'm going to call my son to the office. Let me make it look like I'm kicking the shit out of all 6 of you at once.
Well, because let me tell you, we did go to Toronto once for WCW in 1990. And it wasn't at Maple Leaf Gardens. It was at some college gym in Toronto. And I recall it being a beautiful drive down by the lakeshore to this building that there was absolutely nobody in. And so I don't want to, I hate to speak ill of the deceased's promotional abilities, but I think maybe the WWE got away from him and he got with WCW, for a reason. But nevertheless,
apparently,
he lived a long, full life.
He had a big falling out with Rudy Kay. According to Zinck, Rudy had no business head. That's a quote. He was soft with the boys, but I wasn't. Especially the prelim guys. I want my openers to be as good as my main eventers. It all fell apart. Here's a quote. Rudy double-crossed me when I was in the hospital, said Zinck, who had fallen off a horse.
What?
When I was in the hospital, Rudy asked for checks, and like a fool, I signed them. I think I want to learn more about Al Zinck. Sounds like a fascinating life.
Oh, and folks, if we've said it once, we've said it 1,000,000 times. Never sign checks after you fall off a horse. It's like operating heavy machinery. You can't be doing that.
Make sure when you're jumped by 6 people, call your 9-year-old son to come save you.
Yes, on the PA system. Don't call security. Don't call the police. Get on the PA system, see if we can find this man's son, so he'll stop wailing on these motherfuckers. Oh my God. All right.
We haven't fun yet. Come on.
Well, yeah, I think over the man's death, we're trying to have fun over a man's decedent.
No, we're not having fun over that. We're having fun celebrating his life, like when he kicked the shit out of a bunch of people all at once in front of his child. And apparently the PA announcer. Well, before we go any further with the show today, we want to explain we're a day late because of a variety of commitments that we both had, but also it was, again, maybe 36 hours ago now that, Brian, you got the news that a friend of both of ours, Scott Cornish, who has been featured many times on the 605 Superpodcast, and we've mentioned on the show here, and have both known for 30 years, had passed away. And it was a sudden thing. It wasn't expected because he hadn't been, ill for a long time, but we understand the last week he caught COVID and complications from that. And you reminded me, I kind of thought that, but you told me for sure right before we went on the air that even though he's become one of your best friends throughout the last 30 years, you guys actually met at Fan Week at Smoky Mountain the same year that I met you. Yeah. Smoky Mountain Wrestling Fan Week, if you ever, I'm talking to you, the person who actually put it together, well, with respect to Brian Hildebrand, you created a lot of friendships. You put a lot of us together, the self-anointed smart fans from around the country, around the world in some cases, and created friendships. And I met you when I met Scott Cornish. And I've been friends with both of you 30 years. I met Stacy, your wife, before she was your wife.
Yes.
At Smoky Mountain Wrestling Fan Week. I met, someone who's not with us anymore, but I think of, because me and Scott were both really good friends with him, Harry White at Fan Week, John McAdam, who does a show on Arcadian Vanguard. I met him at Fan Week. I met people, Dave Lane, who's still out there. I just saw him on Twitter. Great photographer. I met him at Fan Week. There's so many of us who met there that have retained a special bond and a friendship. And like you said with Scott, one of my best friends, someone who's a major influence on me in everything I like, music and books and movies and comedy and humor. A lot of it just comes from long conversations on the phone with him. We used to do that, conversations on the phone for hours and hours and hours, and correspondence via letter, and eventually, on the computer talking back and forth. But I've had so many adventures with him in wrestling and so many in music. With him, I went to see Iggy and the Stooges. I went to see Hazel Atkins with the Demolition Doll Rods and American Death Ray. I went to see the Dictators, who I mentioned before, with the Star Spangles opening up for them. I saw Question Mark and the Mysterians at Lincoln Center.
No.
Yeah, at Lincoln Center. I mean, it was bizarre. The way he was dressed was bizarre, Mr. Question Mark himself. But that was the kind of friend Scott was. When I would go down to the East Village, I'd take the train from Long Beach. He would come down from upstate New York, and we'd go to the 2nd Avenue Deli. We'd go buy some zines, and we'd just have a good time. And, I'm doing my best to just be upbeat right now because I've been so down and I've cried my eyes out the last couple of days because it was sudden. He caught COVID. He was just out doing what he always does, going to shows. He didn't have a car. He didn't drive. And he found a way to go everywhere. For wrestling, for music, for comedy. It was incredible. And, he always was great at having stories and telling them in the funniest way. I never got to go to OVW, but he did with Greg Greenland, and I would hear all about the stories from when they would go down there.
Yeah, they would come to, well, I think there was a picture posted on Twitter, I believe, somewhere, of him standing in front of the old Davis Arena over in Jeffersonville. And Greg used to come to a lot of the Six Flags events we do outdoors, and Scott came to some of those. And, I honestly, until you said that, did not know that he didn't drive at all. But he was everywhere. He was like teleported from place to place because you would always see him popping up. He was very devoted.
He was in Amarillo with me, him, Bob Barnett, and Harry White in a car, driving to Terry Funk's ranch. I mean, he was someone who went everywhere and did so many different things. And, the friendship he had with me, it's amazing seeing since he passed just a couple of days on his Facebook page, so many of his friends from his other worlds have been posting tributes, and it's amazing just how many people he affected. A positive energy, always hysterical, and a very giving friend. I posted some of these, Jim. You may get a kick out of some of them. In the old days, kids, we used to trade tapes. And with the tapes, sometimes you would send a letter.
Imagine that.
Sometimes the letter would be bland. Here's what I sent you. Please send me this. Other times you would get some humor out of it. And Scott was good with that. Let me read you a couple of these, Jim. This is actually from the end of one. This is right after WCW Uncensored in 1996. Late breaking news. Hulk Hogan's next 5 hand-picked opponents from the Dungeon of Doom. 1, Ted Arcidi. 2, Curly Moe. 3, Uncle Elmer. Dead 4 years now and still a better wrestler than Jeep Swenson. 4, Ed Leslie's latest incarnation, a shoot angle as the untalented suckass. And 5, Bill Kazmaier, what you gonna do? And then here's another one. I'll read you this one. You may get a kick out of it. He sent me VHS tape of The Young Ones, which was a British comedy I always was a big fan of. It used to be on MTV. People in England are always shocked anyone here knows it. It was on MTV, and then it was on videotape, a cult favorite. Brian, I know how much you enjoy The Young Ones, just like Jerry Lawler. So here you go.
Oh, jeez. That was stiff.
So here you go. These are 2 of the, I believe, 4 volumes released so far. I haven't seen these in years since they first aired in this country on MTV. Enjoy. Thanks for the great mixtapes. Some wild, wacky stuff. If you do another one, you might include 1. Brody Luger cage match. I really want to see this, even if the quality isn't top-notch. Just to see it, you know? 2. Missy Hyatt porn video. Same reason. 3.
Now, wait. We have to say that was later proven to be a rumor, correct? To not get sued or something.
I'm just reading what was written here. I'm not.
Oh, I thought there was at one time.
There was
a rumor
that's what prompted this. All right, now I'm going to stop for a second. I had the master tape, I believe, of Brody Luger, the cage match that became famous because Brody stopped cooperating with Luger right before he went to work for Crockett. The Missy Hyatt porn video was a rumor that went around in 97, I want to say, because Missy was living in Manhattan. And around that period of time, I forget the name of the channel because I didn't live in Manhattan, but I spent a lot of time there. But the public access channel had like porno programming, Robin Bird and various things. And there was a video of 2 women nude going at it. And the rumor was it was Missy Hyatt. And I may have procured a copy of the tape. And the quality sucks, so there was I couldn't tell, to be honest with you. It could be, it couldn't be. I'm still to this day not certain, but if she says it wasn't her, I'll believe her. Because I couldn't figure it out.
Well, there you go. And after intensive study, you couldn't. Right. Okay.
3, the Flair Lawler Jimmy Hart WMC challenge angle. I'm not sure whether I've ever seen this, but I've sure heard about it. And by the way, I had a copy of that I got from you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, even less.
4, Terry Funk's chainsaw interview, and 5, canvas cavity highlights. Who says I'm sick? Hey, it looks like the Sportatorium isn't closing after all. Let's go. The big Christmas night card features the returning Killer Brooks versus Frogman LeBlanc in a cage match with the Goon as special referee. If LeBlanc wins, he gets 5 minutes with Baboose. also, a big $35 battle royal, Black Bart versus Bob Sweethand's Ghost, and Sebastian is rumored to be making a surprise appearance selling programs. Talk to you soon, Scott Cornish. Check out my new website, www.lanosaddick.com.
And folks, I apologize if you've just wandered by this program in the last couple of weeks, but these names from our past are just hilarious to us.
He sent one here, too. This is the last one I'll read on the air. But it was after I sent him the Heroes of World Class documentary. He wrote, Mickey Grant invented everything. But then he sent a copy of, I'm guessing this, if it's not ICW, it must be ICW. I was going to say it would be the precursor in Knoxville. It's a card that has a challenge match, and he wrote the best stip ever. Ronnie Garvin puts up $5,000 versus Don Diamond, who puts up a Barry Manilow album if he shows up. Best stipulation ever. $5,000 versus a Barry Manilow album.
Because if Don Diamond, if he had long, fluffy, flowing blonde hair instead of that kind of curly,
perm,
nondescript head of hair that he had, you would have thought that he was Barry Manilow, except if he would have sang, then you wouldn't have thought that.
Oh, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together about that. The resemblance. Now that you say it, I totally see it.
Yes, you look dead like him. If you put a Barry Manilow wig on Don Diamond, you'd have Barry Manilow. But nobody knows now what the fuck Don Diamond looks like, so it wouldn't be funny.
His career never really took off past a certain point.
Oh, it took off all right. It took about 35 years off. But
but this is the kind of stuff he would send me. And again, just a wonderful friendship over 30 years. And I'm very, very happy. I guess one of the things I'm grateful for is that since I started having him come on the 605 Super Podcast in 2016, he developed the following. He developed people who enjoyed him and his humor the way I did. And he made a lot of friends through the show. And that's one of the things I'm always proudest of with 605 and with the Cult of Cornette. The amount of people who had never met each other, very similar to what you did with Fan Week. People who never met each other, who somehow, and in this case online, developed friendships through the programs, through the shows, through the community. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of. Yeah, the shows are really successful, but there's people who have best friends right now because of the show. And like I said, everyone's feeling it. Everyone who knew him, the amount of people who only heard him and know how much he meant to everyone who have reached out has been tremendous. And lovely guy, one of the best friends I've ever had. And I'm going to miss him tremendously. And his input into things was something I always wanted because he had the most interesting takes and views on things. And it always made me laugh. But tremendous guy. And everyone, anyone who ever heard him, please think of something he said that made you laugh.
And again, he was, I think, did you say 63?
64, I believe, but I got to double check.
64. And he might appreciate this because you said that before we started recording. You said, well, yeah, I met you, meaning me, at the exact same time that I met Scott. And me and Scott are both, I'm going to be 63 this year. We're both about the same age. I said, I hope you're not like a fucking nursing home cat.
What does that mean?
I still don't know what that means. No, the legend of and there's been more than one, but you hear the stories of the cat at the nursing home that goes and curls up next to the old folks to go. And they can predict these things, and they're comforting them in their last moments or whatever. I hope you're not a nursing home cat.
I hope so, too. That sounds awful. You know, it's funny. I just thought of something. I knew who he was before I went to Fan Week because I had seen some of the videos coming out of 93 Fan Week, the first one. And there was a series of mock promos leading to a press conference to build up J.R. Benson versus Dr. Tom Pritchard.
Yes.
In an electrified, no-rope, barbed wire, over a bed of infected hypodermic needles match, with the loser having to spend 48 hours with Dr. Mike Leno.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that shoot.
Harry White did a promo, and Dave Meltzer actually walks on and hands him a piece of paper and walks out and he goes, "This just in, the Observer lifting 5 stars, 7.5 stars for this match," which all things considered is funny, but they're doing this mock press conference, and it's J.R. Benson with Kevin Lawler, and it's Tom Pritchard or Chris Candido, and they start taking questions from the audience, which are all the other fans, the smart fans, whatever there were, 30 people. And Scott just out of nowhere, and I always remembered that he raised his hand. Everyone's like making noise, and everyone gets quiet. He goes, Dr. Pritchard, Dr. Pritchard. And everyone doesn't know what he's going to say. This wasn't planned. He goes, and this is the summer of 93, Luger Yokozuna. Dr. Pritchard, what about the commission ruling you're going to have to wear a protective pad over the steel plate in your head? and you can tell Tom Pritchard had no idea how to answer that. The room broke up. It was such a brilliant, smart, funny, quick thing. And yeah, I'm really going to miss him. Greatest guy, just the greatest guy. Big influence on me and who I am.
So, Scott, we've got you to blame for much of this.
Got you to blame too, so.
Well, hey, I wasn't even there. No, but
he was with me in Louisville in '95 for the famous riot, the last great night of kayfabe in Louisville, when the fans decided they wanted to beat us up because they couldn't beat up the wrestlers.
See, he could get more heat than anybody. We got out of there in time, but nevertheless, yes, we will miss Scott, and that's again something sudden and shocking. So, but yes, as we said, we're going to miss Scott and his contributions to and the community, and it's not like something again that we were prepared for because it was so sudden. So it's kind of a shock with that. But can I give you some positive news that we've done something good as a community for some people?
Positive news? You getting out of showbiz?
Oh, come on now, Henny Youngman. What the fuck here? But then did you notice And it was very well done. What I'm about to talk about, it was very well done and very well edited. The Sika video, and certainly called for. But I had the first reaction I had when it kept going was, if the bloodline angle wasn't on top, would Sika have gotten a longer tribute video than Bruno Sammartino or Roddy Piper?
Than anyone in the history of wrestling, I think.
Yes, because they gave him close to 5 minutes, which, and I'm not arguing, but considering their prior track record, it was more lengthy than normal. But they have a lot of the footage, and obviously had comments in the can about a variety of their Hall of Famers from some of the top talents, so they were able to put this together. But they went the whole way with it. The marquee at the Garden had the Sika tribute lit up when people are, going through the train station there, Penn Station, and this big long video, and a lot of acknowledgement of it in all of their social media. So I think the bloodline angle certainly helped spark interest in Afa and Sika and the whole family at this point.
There's no other reason to think that they would have made such an effort to pay tribute to him.
Such an effort. But it was nice.
It was very nice. I'm not saying it wasn't, but like you said, I can't think, Randy Savage had a few minute long video.
Yeah.
And he was a main eventer. Sika got a bigger video than he got the thing in front of Madison Square Garden.
Then Piper, then Bruno, then,
I mean,
anybody.
It stands out. I'll just say that.
But anyway, but that's a thing. And honestly, I had much more interaction personally with Afa than I ever had with Sika, because Afa, at the time that I was, in the office up there and living up there, Afa was based out of Allentown, or was a small suburb, but near Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And whereas Sika had already moved back in the 80s to Pensacola. So I'd met Sika a few times, but again, Afa's the one I had more interaction with. And he's been in ill health over the past few months from what we've heard. So with back surgery and some other things. So I hope he's doing well. But, the Wild Samoans for 15 years were one of the top teams across the country. They went almost everywhere. They didn't work for Vern. They didn't work for Jerry Jarrett in Tennessee. I never got to see them in person during their day, but they were big on the West Coast. In San Francisco, obviously, they were on top numerous times in New York. They worked Georgia for a period of time. They were Mid-South. Did they make Texas? I can't remember. Did they get to Dallas on that run? Probably not. And I think they did. No, they didn't work for Crockett in the Carolinas because they worked for the IWA in the 70s, right? The opposition group.
They were the Islanders, right?
Yes. With, I think for a while, Saul Weingroff, if I'm not mistaken. Or was that the other team of Samoans?
See, I'm confused if that was the other Islanders.
That was T.O. and Reno, which apparently there was some heat over when they started using the similar names. But anyway, they were a top tag team and drew a lot of money, especially in the Northeast. And as we know from Young Rock, one of their big programs was with Rocky Johnson and Tony Atlas, right? Was that their last run as tag team champions?
That was their last run as tag team champions. I wouldn't say that was one of their biggest runs, because Rocky and Tony Atlas, because they hated each other, didn't actually team up that much. But they turned babyface after that. They had a brief babyface run, including one of my favorite matches. If anyone ever wants to see it, it's ridiculous, but I love it. October 84, Afa versus Dick Murdoch at Madison Square Garden. It's on their Peacock.
Well, I can imagine.
But then they left and they worked Pro Wrestling USA, I think it was, at the Meadowlands. And then Sika came back. And Sika had another run as a single as part of, remember when King Curtis came in as a manager, the Wizard.
Yes.
Well, he was part of that, and he even had a main event match with Hulk Hogan. And that was kind of the end of them. But, you know, the Mid-South run, there's a lot of footage of, or at least there's some footage of. The WWF run, which is kind of a couple of runs, starting in 1980, they have all that footage.
Well, and of course, the story how they got involved in the business is famous in that when Peter Maivia got over in San Francisco, and to some degree because of I've been to the Cow Palace, and only as a WWF performer when people had calmed down, but I can't imagine the thought of the heels trying to leave that ring in the 60s on a sellout for Roy Shire with heat, and even with the whole San Francisco Police Department trying to get back to the locker room alive. I can't, because it's a big building with a giant floor. You got to walk a long way, and you got to make some angle turns. And that's all a recipe for fucking disaster. So the Samoan contingent that was going to the matches, and the Cow Palace is not in downtown San Francisco. Brian, is it Daly City?
I'm not sure.
That it's in? It's, at least when I was there in the 90s, I would hesitate to guess to say it was that way earlier. Not the best neighborhood. You're getting a rowdy crowd. It was a promotion built around heat, and there was a Samoan babyface. So the story was that Afa and Sika and a number of members of their family started going to the matches at the Cow Palace and rooting for Maivia, and in the process, either about to kill or beating the shit out of or whatever all of Shire's top heels, to the point where they said, Maivia talk to these people, maybe fucking get them into business so we can smarten them up or whatever and stop this. And can you imagine a young Afa and a young Sika, because what they looked like when they were in their 40s is bad, but a young Afa and a young Sika
beating up an old Paul DeMarco.
Beating up an old Paul DeMarco, yes, or just coming at you as angry marks instead of working wrestlers.
Well, remember, too, in terms of how frightening they were, the story was, I think it was Sika, during the Vince McMahon 1994 steroid trial on Long Island, Sika was admonished from the bench, or he was kicked out of the room. I don't remember what happened. He started mouthing to the jury, "Not guilty."
Yeah.
Not. Imagine that face.
With the wide-eyed, wild Samoan stare, right? Not guilty. Not guilty. That was some hoodoo to voodoo shit. Yeah, and remember, Sika was the one also that when they were going to put the belt on Roman Reigns in New Orleans?
No, was it San Francisco? Was it
or San Francisco
home base? Yeah,
maybe whatever WrestleMania that was, and they changed their mind and didn't do it. There were reports that were tried to be downplayed later on that Sika was going to do something about that shit. He thought somebody said they didn't want to do a job, whatever. God damn it.
I think the original way we heard it, and I don't know if it's true or not, but the original way was Sika and other family members started to tear stuff up. Kayfabe lives.
But anyway, so obviously, Roman Reigns' father, for those who have not made the connection and we didn't mention it.
Yeah,
but,
if you see any of the pictures of him when they first started out before they had facial hair, again,
yeah,
different body types, it was a different world, but you could see the resemblance to Roman Reigns.
Yeah. Well, and Roman has been working out, and it's more modern times to begin with. And I mean, these guys, I'm not saying that they were some kind of lazy people. The Afa and Sika did not go to the gym to improve they already looked like that when they got into business. They just grew their hair longer. That was pretty much all they needed.
There's a great picture that goes, that I've seen going around, not just now, but in the past. And it kind of encapsulates that era of WWF as things went national. And it's like outside the TV taping in Pennsylvania. It's Afa and Sika with no shirt on, and Lou Albano with his shirt open and the biggest belly. And the Iron Sheik cut, all roided up, and they're barbecuing. They're cooking like burgers. And I'm like, that like sums up an era of WWF right there. Lou Albano and the Samoans barbecuing.
And who knows who they were barbecuing. But anyway, no, we send our condolences out to the whole entire extended family, up and down the line, wherever they may be. But and hopefully Afa is, as we said, doing well. He's been under the weather, so we send our best out to him too.
Them with Captain Lou was a winning combination.
Captain Lou, actually, if body type resembled them, and he may have spoken English just almost as coherently as the wild Samoan savages.
See, that's a great era of Lou Albano, because if you watch but if you see any photos or any video even of when he first started managing, he was kind of dressed respectfully. By that point, he was such a slob, he would take on the personality of whoever he managed. So he managed the Moondogs, starts dressing like a Moondog. He manages the Samoans, starts dressing like the Samoans. He managed Fuji and Saito. He starts coming out there with a headband on and a jacket. So it was a fun period for Lou Albano. Him and the Samoans, though, on and off for, 4 or 5 years there, were a big combination up here.
Yeah, but boy, when he started managing that girls' team, what he wore then, oh my gosh. Anyway, obviously we're going to talk about Kevin Sullivan, who passed away a couple of days ago as we record this, and some more things about his career and our interaction with him that we didn't cover a month or so ago. And that's going to be a lot of the program. Joining me, as usual, you guys all know his allocates, but most importantly, germane to this program, he was a friend and a fan of Kevin Sullivan's, the great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again, and we'll have another good conversation about Kevin. We just talked about him, and of course we have this sad news, but there's a lot to remember and a lot to talk about.
Well, and already this happened as we said 48 hours ago, I guess, was we got the word. And even if we had been ready to sit down and record this program and it just happened, we wouldn't have talked about it because I didn't want to today. But we took a little time to think, and actually I took a little time not to think about it, because that's what I've done for the past day and a half or so, is just not think about it. And then I realized as we were about to record this, that this is another one of those shows. I love doing the show for the people, but this is another one of those that I wish that we could just not do and say we did and pick up with the drive-through and act like we did it and got it over with. But that would not be fair to people who want to hear what we have to say. Am I rambling here today on the program? The problem is that it's like, and Brian, I was telling you, and you tweeted out some pictures from the files of Kevin, including some things you didn't know you had till you went looking. And I don't tweet about people dying anymore. I haven't in quite some time, because besides the fact that it was becoming way too regular an occurrence, it seems a little frivolous for this situation. But I'm starting to think maybe we ought not talk about it either, because what the fuck? Everybody gets older. I think that's Stevie Nicks wrote that, didn't she?
Oh, I don't know the Stevie Nicks.
It's sound. You don't know the whole
catalog.
canon, yeah. But anyway, we're gonna forge ahead and do this here today, and hopefully, because you did halfway tickle me right before we started recording with. You said, hey, do you think that the people remember that Kevin Sullivan was partners with Whitey Caldwell? And I said, that's the first fucking story I was going to tell, because it's still one of my favorites that Kevin ever told me. And let's get this out real quick. Folks, we still don't know, exactly. I believe that the sepsis that he got from the surgery from a couple months ago, and we talked about it about a month ago on a show, and you can find it on YouTube, when we found out that he had been hospitalized and had an emergency surgery that led to complications, and that's the underlying cause of this whole thing. But with the last update that we had gotten was that he was doing physical therapy, and I know some people think, oh, he was in the gym or whatever. No, I know from my cousin, physical therapy at some level, depending on your condition, is teaching you how to swallow water again without fucking it going down in your lungs and giving you goddamn infection. So, but it was positive at last we heard, but then this was apparently the underlying cause was the infection that he'd had. But anyway, the Whitey Caldwell thing, because Brian, you found some of his rookie pictures in your wrestling news files, or not even rookie pictures, but when he was still in wrestling school, the first pictures he had taken. And that was what, maybe 69, 70-ish, that part of time, because initially after he wrestled some he was obviously from Massachusetts legitimately, and wrestled some in New England, and I think he got a few Canadian dates, small shows, whatever, but his first territory was, he was in East Tennessee. For Knoxville was John Kazana promoting, and then the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, John City, Bristol. By that point, Ron Wright was running it behind the scenes, but nobody knew he was the top heel. Nobody knew that publicly. But what they would do is, after Ron Wright and Whitey Caldwell, who, as we've talked about before and the Smoky Mountain fans know, was the all-time top babyface in the territory. Well, Ron and Whitey had been working a program with each other on and off for 10 years, right? The chain matches and all that shit. And since Ron's partner, Don Wright, was a wrestler also, and the Wright brothers were a big heel team, they would give Whitey different babyface partners through the years so that he could face the Wright brothers in tag matches and freshen it up. And Les Thatcher did that in, I think, was it 72, 73? He might have followed Kevin Sullivan.
Was it that late that Les Thatcher was there?
Or was he there before Kevin? Was it late 60s?
That's what I thought, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you know what? I'm probably wrong too. But nevertheless, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Les Thatcher was a young, spry, white meat babyface at one point in time, back when people still saw in black and white. It probably was the late 60s, now that I think about it, because he was there at the same time as Don and Al Green, and that was late 60s. Nevertheless, it was like 1971. Kevin Sullivan gets booked his very first territory in the wrestling business. He's never been out of New England. He's as Boston as you can get, and he ends up in the hills of East Tennessee being Whitey Caldwell's partner against the Wright brothers. And the deal was the young babyface would sell and the Wrights would get the heat on him and whatever, and then he'd make the tag to Whitey, who the people thought was the toughest man in the world, and he'd clean house. And so anyway, Kevin told me a story years ago, and I can't tell it as good as he told it, and also the accent. But he said the first week they have a tag match and they get wild and everything, and maybe it's a disqualification or whatever. And the second week, they have no disqualification match and all kinds of shit happens, whatever. And so they come back the third week in a cage. And even back then in those days, I don't know what kind of cage they may have had it was probably in Kingsport. It might have been chicken wire, because they were still using that in Tennessee in the 70s. They just bring out a roll of chicken wire when the guys got in the ring and wrap it around the fucking ring post. But it's a cage match, and they go to him ahead of time and say, kid, we're going to need you to get a little color tonight. And, you know, at this time, he's never done that before, right? He's oh, okay. And I can't remember whether it was Ron or Don. I think it may have been Donnie. Said, oh, don't worry, kid, we'll handle it for you. And he's like, what the fuck? So they get in the match, and obviously, besides it's a cage match, everybody's got a chain in their pocket or a fucking roll of quarters or some kind of Tennessee gimmick. And they're going to have this wild match. And when it came time for Kevin to get to color, this is when he found out about the chisel. The wedge that, and Bo James still has one of these, an actual legitimate Wright Brothers fucking chisel that he has tweeted out pictures of at King of Kingsport. You can find him. But for the people who haven't heard the story, the Wright brothers, and Ron specifically, didn't want people smart to the wrestling business. And if they saw somebody blading, they get smart to the wrestling business. So Ron invented a shortcut. He went to a machinist shop and he had a piece of flat metal. He had the tip of a chisel sharpened down and put on the goddamn piece of flat metal that was high enough to go in your skin, but not deep enough to goddamn fracture your skull. And then they put tape around it so that the chisel part was sticking out, and they made it a set of brass knucks, kind of for real, but the tape cushioned the blow of the metal, but they would draw back and pop you on the forehead, and you would get color without having a blade. So the way Kevin told the story, he's like, and we're fighting and it's getting crazy, and then fucking, he said, yes, he said, it's Donnie. He said, Donnie grabbed him by the hair with the left hand, and he said, okay, kid, here comes your color. And he drew back, and he said, Kevin said, we looked at his fist. It looked like he had a double-bladed axe on the goddamn in the end of his fucking fist. And he punched him with it, boom, and he goes down and he's bleeding. And at this point, Kevin says, fuck, these fucking hillbillies, it's all been a plot. They've got me down here. They're going to fucking kill me. This is a double cross. I've got to defend myself. And he pulls his chain out of his fucking tights and wraps it around his fist and gets back up and punches Donnie in the face as hard as he can and busts his fucking cheek open. And down goes Donnie, and Kevin gets on top of him. He's going to beat him to death. And Donnie looked up at him and said, "Attaway, kid, lay it in. That's the way we like it down here." And he's a fuck. And he just started freaking out. What do I fucking do? He dropped the chain and everything. He was thinking about climbing out, and they fucking grabbed him and started working with him. That was his introduction to Tennessee wrestling.
And not the end of his relationship with Tennessee wrestling. Again, that's the early 70s. He would end up there again in the early 80s. That's, I guess, where you would first get to know him or get to
Well, hold
him, right?
on. No, he went to Memphis from there. Kevin Sullivan, as a young babyface, worked for Goulas from the time that he left Knoxville after that run was over with through sometime in 1972. I'd have to go back and look at Tuesday Night at the Gardens, the wonderful book on that era. But he had worked this territory in the early 70s, the Memphis territory as well. And then I think from there, did he not? He had an early run in Georgia also, did he not? But nevertheless, maybe I'm thinking wrong. But he started going to some of the major territories. Everybody that's been talking about his career and all of the tributes that have come out have focused on, well, they kind of start with the Varsity Club and, there's the 90s WCW and everything, but he had been a star in almost every territory he worked in.
And the Florida stuff, I feel like the again, it's not Satan, he's not the devil, but
yeah,
the dark side Kevin Sullivan kind of not overwhelmed, but it's kind of the thing people most think about. Because in one way or another, even with the Varsity Club, he kind of still held on to that persona.
Yeah, well, that's why the clips are easier to find. And everybody has seen, more of that was on TBS, etc. But he didn't start the Sullivan's Dark Army of Darkness, the whole 9 yards, until, 82 82 or
right after he left Memphis. Remember,
That's right.
He left Memphis because there was a thing on TV when he returned, and I want to say it was Lance Russell interviewing Steve Kern as like a warning to the fans of Florida, the promoters in Florida. He's a different guy. He's not the Kevin Sullivan, the friendly, I'm going to tag up with Mike Graham, Kevin Sullivan. That guy's gone. There's something different about this guy. And that was his return. And then, of course, that's when the whole gimmick change happened.
So that was 1982. He's 12 years into his career. And the early Florida run, where he was the partner of Mike Graham and one of the top baby faces in the state, gets overlooked because that was really the pre-home video era for any but the most fanatical. But Kevin, again, when I did a Back to the Territories interview with him, we talked extensively about that period because he looked like Mike Graham. They were about the same height. Mike Graham in those days, not the thin, late 80s wrestler or WCW executive. He was a power lifter, so he was bulky. And Kevin, even though he was short, he was bulky because in those early years, he was more into powerlifting and, strength. And when they grew a mustache, they looked like brothers. So it was almost like he had a Graham brothers. That's the way Eddie Graham used them. Mike Graham and Kevin Sullivan, for some period of time, were joined at the hip, indistinguishable in Florida wrestling.
Actually, for a time, Eddie Graham was closer with Kevin than he was his own son, apparently.
Well, yeah, that's another issue, is that Eddie and Mike had the Graham family, and we won't get into a sub-reference here, but the Graham family dynamics at various points in time, people were on the outs, and Eddie had taken Kevin more of a son. He was out in a fishing boat, and he was confiding things in him more than Mike at one point. And that's another reason why that, when everybody says, oh, what a great mind, a lot of the fans, he was a booker, but they don't understand that he got to actually sit in a fucking boat with Eddie Graham and have a personal relationship with him and learn all of that shit. So he not only, he could book, or he could call a finish, or he could just, look at a guy and say, you ought to do this, or you ought to more of that, or less of that, or whatever. And it was carrying that, that business on. When Flair was the booker in WCW, Kevin was his assistant, but Kevin was the only one who had booked. Between me and Rick and Kevin, he's the only one that had actually been a booker. So he was kind of like showing Flair, as we've talked about, had the big time ideas and the major programs and made the major decisions, but it was like, Kevin knew how to put it together. That's how I was able to learn something about it. He was assisting or involved with a lot more people who were booking at the time when they were successful. Did I make sense of that statement? Even if he wasn't official, he had a hand in things.
When you think of his run in Georgia, I always love that match, him and Tony Atlas against Alexis Smirnoff and Ivan Koloff, where they used the ether and then they interview the fans who I'm a nurse, and that was ether.
Yes.
It gets it over so good. But he was great as a babyface there, and who's in charge? That was Bill Watts as one of the co-owners. That may have been at that point Ole and Bill Watts booking, or Bill Watts alone booking, but he was there in Georgia under people that he didn't have the same relationship with that he did Eddie Graham, but again, he was exposed to a lot of the top minds.
Well, and they did show some footage or a couple of clips on the tribute that the WWE did, and we got to recognize them because we said, oh, Sika got 2 minutes because The Rock's on the board of directors, but Kevin got 2 minutes and he never even worked there. So it's the new regime. So we got to
He worked for Polynesian Pro Wrestling, though.
Oh, come on.
Him and Mark Lewin and the Fallen Angel.
Well, yes, they did, but still, I don't think we're going that far. And by the way, if we do make a couple of wisecracks during the course of this, Kevin would be jamming. Brian, I can't do the fucking accent. I sound like Jericho. Go, Derek. But, make some jokes. What is this, a fucking funeral?
He used to, every now and then, I never knew what it was sometimes that triggered him to text me or leave me a voicemail. And it would just be like, Brian, you're a great therapist. Okay. But, I like that. I would hear feedback from him. And sometimes he would be listening to something that I had recorded a while back. And I would get like recently, or the most recent text I got from him was out of nowhere. Great job on the Atlanta War podcast. I'm like, wow, that was a long time ago. He was just listening to it.
He just found it. But I've got a couple of voicemails that I've saved and recorded for posterity for myself that I probably, if I played them from Kevin, it would hurt the feelings of some people who may love him. But he'd be like, "You're completely right. He's a fucking idiot." What the fuck are they doing?
I've got a few of those too, but probably not as good as yours.
But anyway, where were we going with that? Oh, so they showed some clips. He had a run in the WWF as a babyface, Kevin Sullivan. What was that, 1976? Because of the relationship that Eddie Graham had with Vince Sr. in the Florida and New York pipeline. So he had already worked for Vince Sr. By the mid-70s. He had that to Watts and Ole and Eddie Graham. And then Knoxville, Kevin was not before he was a heel in the, in the 80s. And, we talked about that he had at one point, one of the TV stations had him just introducing clips of other wrestling promotions when there was no local promotion in town because they wanted wrestling. And he was the guy that they had hosted. But when Ron Fuller was running Southeastern the first time around, by what was it, 77, 78, Kevin was a huge fucking babyface there for a couple of years. He was a babyface there during the 78 WFIA convention.
And that was coming off his run, the last big babyface star in San Francisco, him and Bob Roop. That was right before that.
Yeah, where they revitalized the business for Roy Shire, and then Roop tried to steal the territory and killed it again.
And then Kevin ended up in Knoxville to watch Roop try to do that exact same move
and then here comes Roop and kills the goddamn territory again. Jesus Christ. But fortunately, by then, Kevin went to fucking Georgia, did he not?
Yeah, that's right.
Again, he's on TBS, or he's in the middle of a hot territory, or he's revitalizing something, or he's working for these, smart fucking people. And then the reason why that I was excited to see him before he even came to Memphis, his first Tennessee run, 1971, or what, it was right before me. So I'd seen the name in the newspaper ads, but until cable became a thing and we'd seen him on TBS and heard his reputation from Florida, but at that point in time, the Tennessee territory, it was still a big deal when a major name from national television came in as a regular. Not necessarily to make Memphis shots or to fight Lawler or whatever, but as a regular on the card. And Kevin was a big name at that time. So when he came in here and they instantly, aligned him with Jimmy Hart, the top heel faction, he and Wayne Ferris, Danny Davis, and a rotating cast as the second Nightmare when David Oswald quit the business and Ted Allen dumbed himself out of position. But, he could talk then. And as a heel, it was different because he had been a babyface most of the time that you'd seen or heard of him. But also, you've seen the pictures just yesterday. At that point, all of a sudden, Kevin Sullivan, that had been a big barrel-chested power lifter, he was fucking ripped. He had gotten into bodybuilding, and I think at one point he dieted down to like 188 pounds. He had fucking 8 abs. The goddamn definition was insane. And that's when, didn't he do a bodybuilding contest at that point with somebody?
They had footage of it on Georgia TV. I want to say it was Tony Atlas.
Yes.
But I'm not certain, but I think it was Tony Atlas.
But anyway, he goes from like, 5'8", 270 to 5'8", 188 and 2% body fat. And, then that was a real good run as a heel for him here, even though he was still he was Kevin Sullivan, a regular person, right? But then, as you said, by the time that he finished the run here in Memphis and went back to Florida, he was fixing to go the whole heel route. And this was kind of a dry run for at least working in the ring.
Well, he was in the First Family with Jimmy Hart, and that's a great period for the First Family. But, Kevin, and I haven't listened to it in a while, but in the many conversations I had with him, I want to say he indicated that before he went back to Florida, he either thought he was going to be, or he was led to believe that he may be one of the bookers or get a chance to book. Do you remember anything about that? In Memphis?
Well, see, that was when I was still a photographer. So I would not have been sitting around in the locker room listening to people complain because I wasn't in there yet. But I can believe he was led to believe that by somebody, not saying who, could have been one of several people, but I can't see it ever actually happening not because he couldn't or because, he wouldn't do a good job, but because Jarrett, he owned the company. Lawler was not a 50% partner in 1981, but still he had a percentage of Memphis. And if Lawler wasn't the booker, Dundee was going to be. Except, and the one time they went outside the circle was Robert Fuller, and that didn't end well. So I don't know unless Jim Barnett or Eddie Graham were telling Jerry Jarrett, oh, you've got to do this. I don't think he would have done it just because Kevin was not a homesteader. And they tried to keep it in a circle.
And again, he returns to Florida, and this is really the...
And let me make this point, and then if Eddie Graham or Jim Barnett was telling Jerry Jarrett, you ought to do this, and he was thinking about it, then Lawler was figuring out a way to say, oh! And maybe Dundee would have been fine with what Little Man wanted to do, but I think Lawler would be, wait a minute.
Well, he would return to Florida, and this is really where we would see his creativity come out for the first time. At first, it's him and Jake Roberts, and then slowly they add people. Everyone remembers Mark Lewin walking out of the water, the purple haze emerging from the sea. But this is really kind of Kevin's creativity unleashed, both with Dusty there at the beginning in 83, and then after Dusty leaves Florida, the show kind of becomes all about Kevin Sullivan and his stable.
And by the way, that's where I researched bringing Leviathan up out of the Ohio River, was the Purple Haze deal. Because Kevin at that point, I think Florida was a perfect territory for that because they weren't going to get heat with the TV station because Eddie Graham had such wonderful, goodwill and was involved in every civic organization in the goddamn state, right? And always getting awards. So they were pretty safe with the TV, but also what made it, I've talked to Kevin a couple times about this also, was he had massive heat and his group had massive heat with much of the fan population, but there was that 10 or 15% in Florida of those weirdos that started either not only coming to support him, bringing him snakes, traveling around to see him. Remember the Kevin Sullivan fans van is the one that got burned in the parking lot that time. Do you remember that story?
No.
They had some group of, several, alternatively thinking individuals who were into whatever they thought Kevin's group was, right? For real, and the snakes and the fucking, They were driving around following him into the town, and they got so much heat with the other fans because they were trying to support Kevin Sullivan and his group that the other fans set fire to their goddamn devil van that these fans were driving around in the parking lot of the wrestling matches. And because everybody believed it either one way or another, right? It was like 90 against, but 10-4, and that made it really fucking intense for people. And they could get away with doing wacky things because they believed that Kevin was off his fucking rocker.
And Kevin took it really far, at times maybe even too far, but he took it really far, but there were lengths he didn't want to go. Didn't he get, I don't know if mad's the right word, but upset when the Aftermags had a quote attributed to him that was made up? They're like, I am the devil, or I worship the devil.
Yeah, yes. See, that's the thing. He never said Satan. He never said the devil. It was non-denominational devil worship, if you will. It was just a cult or a group or a band of wild, weird, wacky personalities, and he let people's imagination take it into, people would have sworn that he was slaughtering goats in praise of Satan and drinking blood in the moonlight. He didn't do any of that shit. Never said devil, never said. Now, Dusty would say that, Kevin Sullivan, you little devil. Shit like that, but no, he never said Satan, never said devil, never mentioned God. But it was what people imagined it to be.
But the things he did talk about, you remember. Abu Dhabi,
yes.
The Tree of Woe. Like, these were the things we heard about.
I have taken the beetle nut. Him and Mark Lewin were taking some beetle nuts on planes over to the fucking Pacific Rim. They were always where Steve Ricard over there, different shows. King Curtis.
Is the Purple Haze the most successful wrestler named after a strain of weed?
Well, or either that or a Hendrix song, one or the other.
Well, same thing.
And there's a little LSD involved in there also, which is where King Curtis came in handy. But where were we going with this? Now you've thrown me off.
And it's interesting, too, if you look at the people Kevin would end up not only surrounding himself with, but getting along with and being a liaison, maybe the last connection in some ways they have to the wrestling world. Mark Lewin, King Curtis, the Sheik. It's interesting the people that he forged relationships with.
Kevin is the one who set up or helped facilitate the Sheik to come back to Crockett for the summer '88 Great American Bash in Detroit, that the most successful show Crockett ever ran there, because Sheik was in the main event. And but also Kevin would facilitate, as we talked about, the international shit. And that went back before the 90s and or, Victor Quinones in Florida going to Japan with his group, or Steve Ricard doing something in Singapore, or the Polynesian Pro Wrestling, bringing in guys from Japan, and then Kevin getting on one Smoky Mountain Wrestling TV taping. I had Miguel Perez Jr., Bill DeMott, who at the time was Crash the Terminator.
Crash the Terminator. What a cool name.
Yeah. Kanemaru, the Japanese guy, bless his little pea-picking heart.
Yukiro Kanemaru, later Wing Kanemaru.
And somebody and Taz, I think, was on that same taping. He was always keeping track of who and what was going on in wrestling outside of the big companies, if he wasn't in a big company, and was, working on deals for everybody. And side note, he's the one, Kevin, God damn it, I've told you this in person. He was the one that told me, oh, this guy gigs his arm. Like, what the fuck? For those of you, and I will now blame Kevin. For those of you who know, but for those of you who don't know.
Most gruesome match in American wrestling television history.
So Kevin is a heel in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He has been the one Brian Lee, primetime Brian Lee was the top babyface at the time. We were struggling, ladies and gentlemen. But suddenly these weirdos and these creeps and these monsters start attacking him from out of nowhere. You had this big Mongolian guy, the Mongolian Mauler. I think he just passed away not long ago. Mr. Peter R. Miller. One of the weirdest fucking people, in a nice way, weirdest fucking people I ever met in a business of weird people. Oh, goddamn. The night we had him hide under the ring at the TV taping to fucking come out and goddamn attack Brian Lee, right, as another emissary sent by this mysterious force. He's under the ring when the people come in the door. And it's on the second taping, so he's got to be under there for like 2 hours, 15 minutes. And in the first taping, it's Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden, the stud stable, and they're beating up whoever they're working with, and it's getting wild, and Jimmy Golden goes, and he's going to look under the ring, see if he can pull out a chair, and he fucking flips the apron skirt back, and he comes face to face with the Mongolian Mauler, who he doesn't know is under the ring. It scared the shit out of him.
Oh, he had those contact lenses too, remember?
Yes. He had contact lenses and Mongolian did. It made his fucking eyes all black and a goddamn giant fucking bulbous bald head with a fucking little thing of hair sticking out on top. And Jimmy Golden was looking him nose to nose when he was looking for a chair under the ring. Oh, goddamn, he said. And he throws the fucking flap back. And anyway.
Hey, how did you signal him that it was time for him to do his thing?
Hildebrand was, I think, somehow bammed 4 times on the fucking mat or whatever, I believe. You know, I mean, this is low budget. But anyway, not germane. There had been Atom Bomb, Brian Clark, the Night Stalker. He did something. And Kevin finally is revealed as the master, the secret fucking manipulator behind all of this band of weirdos when he came in the ring and he stabbed Brian Lee in the head with the golden spike like fucking, I don't know, 25 times or whatever. And Brian bled like you run him through a razor blade factory. And we instituted the goddamn red X up over the screen like they did in the 70s in the WWF so that we wouldn't get kicked off television showing all this blood, and it made it even, oh my God. So now Kevin says, Jimmy, I can't do the accent. We can get the spike over. These guys from that Victor was booking in Japan, Miguel and DeMott, and also Kanamura with the Wing promotion, I guess, or whatever they were doing over there. Well, can they come and be on the American television, and the Japanese photographers will be there? Got a big spread on Smoky Mountain in the Japanese papers. And he said, and Kanamura, who get to spike over, he blades his arm. And at the time, you know, every once in a while, Dusty had done it, and the Sheik had done it when the doctor told him he couldn't fucking cut his head anymore. It wouldn't bleed. He'd cut his head and fucking sand would come out. So I said, are you sure? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, he does it over there. All right. You know, there's no athletic commission in Tennessee. I'm not going to get my promoter's license booted. He'll get a little color from the arm, like Dusty has done or the Sheik's done or whatever. And so they have the match, and finally Kevin pulls out the fucking golden spike, and he fucking stabs him in the arm with it. And I see the guy go down, and he made a little swipe, and then didn't see anything, and then I see him doing something else. I'm like, what the fuck? I guess it just ain't going to work, right? And then I see him do something else, and then you see, Brian, you remember you remember Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, when he walks over to look, because now Kevin's trying to work on him with the spike, and they're doing whatever they're doing. And you don't see really any blood, but then all of a sudden, Brian Hildebrand walks over and looks out and just gets that look on his face that Brian used to get when he was seeing something he shouldn't see, and he just kind of turns around and walks off. And he told me later on, it was the sickest thing. This guy had cut down the side of his arm, the bicep level, big enough it looked like you could lay his fucking fingers in, but it wasn't bleeding. And then all of a sudden it started bleeding. And so anyway, it still didn't Brian Lee, by drinking 2 beers and taking a couple of aspirins, bled more from a fucking 1.5-inch blade job to the head than this fucking guy did when he just about dismembered or decapitated, what's the word, amputated his fucking arm.
Yeah, it was really gruesome, really disgusting.
And I don't think Kevin assumed he was going to be doing that either, but whatever the guy did, he cut it somewhere where this expert at arm blading cut it where you wouldn't bleed anyway until you got down to the goddamn bone or whatever. And let me put the period on the end of the goddamn story and remember where you were going. So we're back in the back. So they're wrapping this guy's arm up. They've called an ambulance. I said, what the fuck is he? Why did he do that? I don't know, Jimmy. It worked before, whatever. But they take the guy. Now think about this. You know where Pigeon Forge, Tennessee is, don't you?
I do.
Well, we are in Sevierville, which is legitimately Sevierville was actually a town when Pigeon Forge was just a wide spot in the road, but now Pigeon Forge is a tourist attraction. This small fucking podunk town at the high school gym, and I think the fire department took him to the goddamn hospital. He's a Japanese guy, still dressed in his wrestling outfit, with what looks to be a severe fucking knife wound running down his goddamn arm, doesn't speak a lick of English. And he comes in at 11 o'clock on a Monday night. Everybody in fucking town heard about this fucking guy. It didn't draw us a dime, but it was the goddamn biggest story in history in fucking Sevierville, Tennessee to ever happen on a Monday night at least. They had never seen anything like it.
But Kevin's run in Smoky Mountain overall, I think, is pretty underrated. It's one of the runs I enjoy. It was the first and maybe the only time I ever enjoyed the Night Stalker. Because remember, he had that match with Sid Vicious at the Clash of Champions.
Yes.
That everyone said at that point. Things have been a lot worse since. But people said that was the worst match ever. And then he really didn't do much. He had Ox Baker guiding his career. And then he ended up there with Kevin.
The worst manager ever.
But when he ended up with Kevin, it worked. Like, that was the perfect guy to stand behind Kevin.
But here was the thing. I had booked Brian Clark, Night Stalker, independently of Kevin. You know why?
Paul Orndorff.
He lived in Atlanta, and he was driving Paul Orndorff. And Paul said, would you do me a favor? Because when he said, will you do me a favor and book this guy who's going to drive me? I said, what's his name? The Night Stalker. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, because I'd seen the match, right, with Sid. But he said, no, I'm working with him. So Paul had been working with him a little bit. And then once that Kevin saw him, he said, he's perfect because the Night Stalker, right? Why wouldn't he be perfect for Kevin Sullivan? And that's what Kevin was able to take him. And as part of that, the angle that Kevin was doing where he led the group, which then we tailored down to the Night Stalker for budget reasons. But the group, and he was a heel, and he was involved in things without the pressure of being a single main event guy as green as he was on being on Brian Clark.
You know, the other thing I think about with Smoky Mountain is I didn't get to go to the first fan week in 93. I went in 94 and 95. But Scott Cornish, the late Scott Cornish, the noted wrestling humorist, always talked about the biggest welcome to Smoky Mountain moment for those fans in 93 was that first show, Kevin Sullivan versus the Mongolian Stomper. I want to say it was Morristown, maybe. And they wrestled in and out of the building. And again, the Mongolian Stomper hadn't really been doing much. So it was just this wild brawl, and now we're all used to them. They're everywhere. But not everyone was doing that then. Kevin was one of the pioneers, I hate to say it in some ways, of that brawl around the building, but it worked. And again, that was one of those memorable matches that people still talked about.
Yeah, and he took it because they were doing it in Japan. Brody and those guys were doing it in Japan, and it was easier to get away with because the Japanese people wouldn't sue you, right? But like you said, people weren't seeing that every match, every show on a regular basis. And I let the people do it that I could trust. And you trust Kevin not going to get in trouble. Not going to fucking be reckless with some gimmick and decapitate some kid. But also, Kevin understood from his previous run in Knoxville in '78 who the Stomper was. So he was a big star that would come in and work at that time with Archie, the Mongolian Stomper had respect amongst a certain era of the boys because, Bret Hart said the greatest heel in the history of Stampede Wrestling. And
I think he may have said the greatest heel in the history of Canada wrestling,
in the history of Canada, and it probably still be. Yeah, Joe LeDuc might want a word, but no, LeDuc was a babyface up there, so nevertheless. But also with Archie in Knoxville, because Kevin had been there in '78, he was the hottest heel in the history of that town, and Archie'd been retired for like 5 years at that point. He was working for the sheriff's department, but he still he rode his bicycle. What was he, 56 maybe, when he started working for me? He rode his bicycle every day to work at the sheriff's department 7 miles each way. And he looked fucking great. So he became our go-to babyface monster. They weren't going to boo him anymore. He wasn't in the business of getting heat full time anymore, but he was such a name there that if you brought him in and made him the monster, he didn't have to speak. He was the equalizer or a special tag partner, whatever the case. The people loved it, and Kevin knew how to work with him. So, and you set the tone from the start. As soon as the people heard, I played the theme from Halloween for him. Ding, 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 ding. And here comes fucking Archie. He hits the ring. They fight. They go everywhere, in and out, whatever the fuck. It's crazy. So the boot comes into play. Something fucking happens. And whether it's a DQ or the heel gets beat, you don't beat the Stomper. And it worked for 3 fucking years, a couple times a year. Like Rough House Fargo, we could bring Archie back. But
it started with Kevin, too, because remember, it was Christmas Chaos '92, I think, when Brian Lee was hurt. Someone had to come and defend, I guess, Brian Lee. It was the Mongolian Stomper.
The honor of him. What honor, you say? No, but yeah. And then one of the greatest ones we did was after, I think Archie had worked probably with Kevin in Johnson City at Freedom Hall. And we're doing a backstage interview with somebody else, right? In the locker room, the announcer is standing there and he's interviewing whoever this is. And all of a sudden you hear bam, boom from the next room. And then a door flies open and somebody, I think it might have been Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, runs out and says, he's loose, run. And then somebody else flies out of the room. And then there comes the fucking Stomper around the corner with his boot in his hand. And he charges down the hall and people are screaming, get out of the way. And he goes across and he knocks down the heel door and fucking gets on Kevin. And you see the boot flying and everything. People love shit like that. We treated him like the Frankenstein monster, and Kevin was the perfect opponent for him because he knew how to fucking heel him down or use an object to get an advantage or, not when to not beat up the monster. Because to a lot of guys that had names at that point, Archie would have looked like a well-conditioned man in his 60s and probably not given him the deference that he deserved. Where were we going with that?
We were just talking about Kevin and Smoky Mountain and the various places Kevin was and ended up and the people he worked with.
Well, and going back also, but one thing, the Triple Tower of Doom. Do you remember that?
Yeah, unfortunately, 88.
88. But here's the thing. The whole thing leading up to that and the execution of that and the story behind that, Kevin sat down with me on Crockett's plane one night before that whole thing unfolded and explained it to me. And I thought it was the greatest goddamn thing I'd ever heard of in the history of wrestling. The problem became in actual execution Other people had to do it, and you had to see it, and you had to put it on television. And you needed Kevin Sullivan talking to you for an hour and a half and then it would have been the greatest thing you'd ever seen. As long as you didn't see it, you just heard Kevin tell you about it. He could make even those ideas. It was very intricate, as I recall. It's so much so that I can't remember what any of the details were, but I was fucking captivated.
As a fan, you were captivated until you saw it, and then you're like, "This is not good." I hope they never bring it back, and then they brought it back for Hogan. Remember?
Well, but if you got to bring something stinky back, bring it back for Hulk.
They brought it back so Hogan could beat like 9 heels in one night, or whatever it was, including the returning Zeus and Jeep Swenson.
Yeah, there's a couple of names out of the distant past. But and that was Kevin having to work, unfortunately, with the largest ego in the business. But he was trying to make things happen.
He made it work, though. I mean, he kind of always put it so that he had to, or the way he saw it was he had to gain Hogan's trust as a booker.
Yeah,
and he did. Unfortunately, he had to do a lot of stuff that catered more to Hogan than the fans at different times. But at the end of the day, we said it the other day when Who Killed WCW. If you look at who built WCW, Kevin's responsible for a lot of the good things that happened, and he has almost no responsibility for the fall of WCW.
Yeah.
So he's certainly one of the heroes of the WCW story.
And as we mentioned also, when we talked about the first time they killed WCW, Kevin was not only part of, but pretty much the experienced, steady hand in the room behind the only successful period that they had from 1988 to fucking 1996. And that was when Flair was Booker, but Kevin was the only guy that had ever done that before. And then, yes, and there was Jim Herd was on the committee. And Jim Barnett, who, as we've talked about, was not there to contribute ideas on paper for matches or finishes. Jody Hamilton, who was snoring quite a bit and not given a lot of responsibility. Jim Ross, who was the beleaguered announcer who had to call whatever fucking came up. Myself, who had been booking for a grand total of one day, the first day that I was on the fucking job. So, Kevin structured the fucking thing just by lack of, guidance elsewhere.
What was the quote that was always attributed to him when Herd wanted to cut Flair's hair or something, and he said, like, would you change Mickey Mantle's number?
No, I think it was Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth?
I think it changed Babe Ruth's number. That's the whole thing. He had to suffer through the Spartacus and the Jim Herd, the Ding Dongs, and the Hunchback. He was there for the Hunchbacks. Kevin was in the room for the Hunchback pitch and Ole's shutdown. Everybody's heard that story. Am I repeating myself?
It's been a while, and there are a lot of fans who may not know the legacy of Jim Herd's creative ideas.
Well, the Ding Dongs were such a major success. Ding Dong! That Herd pitched the idea of the Hunchbacks. They were a tag team of Hunchbacks, and the idea was that they were unbeatable because you couldn't pin them since they were Hunchbacks, and you couldn't get both shoulders on the goddamn mat at the same time. And he pitched this in front of me and Ric Flair and Kevin Sullivan and Jim Ross, and Ole Anderson was in the room at that point in time, and a few others, and we all suffered through it, and then Ole being the fucking one that you would think he would be the one, said, all right, Jim, then book me and Arn against the fucking Hunchbacks, and I'll slap a fucking submission hold on him and make him give up and beat him in 30 seconds. Well, goddammit, Ole, you know what I'm talking about.
It's interesting, too, in between WCW, because he was there, I want to say he left by 91, and then he returned in 94. In that period in between, he had to make a living. He worked indies like everyone does. and he did some overseas tours, and he did various things, but, he stayed relevant with the relevant things happening on what was then the independent scene, whether it was Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I don't know if you consider yourself an independent, or ECW. After Eddie Gilbert left, one of the first people Paul Lee brought in was Kevin Sullivan. I don't think him and Eddie Gilbert may have coexisted well together at that point, so after Eddie was gone, one of the many changes Kevin Sullivan came in.
Eddie would have shit himself if Kevin had come in because, Eddie was about being the booker and Kevin had been a booker, whereas Paul was about being a booker with smart people to help him be a booker.
And Kevin Sullivan was teaming up with Taz. And that was one of the first things that really elevated Taz from just being the guy that you used to see on ICW TV or IWCCW against Ray Odyssey or Tommy Dreamer to seeing him as being an emerging talent.
The Tasmaniac.
Yeah, well, the Tasmaniac. A lot of that's Paul Lee, the way he used him, but a lot of that was the credibility of Kevin Sullivan teaming with him.
Well, and that's the thing is that Kevin got Taz down for the volunteer slam that year. We did the Rage in the Cage. That's why Taz was in it. Now that I think of it, it was Kevin had got Taz because I needed an extra fucking heel. That's why he was working Knoxville. That's why he was working ECW. As you said, he also did the international dates. And he was still living in Florida, but he was trying to make sure that he knew what was going on and had had spots in various places. And, as you said, stayed because there was no such thing as independent wrestling and internet publicity at that time in those days. It was all the magazines, and regional television can add up if it's seen in the right places. And as long as he's got his finger in 4 or 5 different things going on, he's always got something going on. Because Kevin was smart how the business worked. And when he saw most of the territories going away, he knew he just needed to expand and concentrate.
And you and Paulie both knew that you would be willing to accept promos from him on the beach.
Yes. but that's the thing. Well, like I said when we were talking last month about him, he would go above and beyond instead of standing in front of a brick wall. He would find a place that looked good. He did one of the promos that he sent in he was reenacting the fucking bar scene with the bartender from The Shining. And you got the extra bonus of Nancy's arm or hand reaching into the scene every once in a while to hand him a drink or to be an off-camera, fucking personality of some kind. And he would put everything into it. It wouldn't be like just, I'm coming. He would think about it. And we'd talk on the phone about, what you want to do in the finish. What can we come back with? I wasn't just booking him for dates. It was, okay, here's what we'll do, and here's who you're working with, and blah, blah, blah. And he always, obviously, had great ideas on what to do with it.
Was it Smoky Mountain or ECW? There was one promo I remember he did on the beach where he starts like at a distance, and he doesn't say anything, and it starts with him just walking fast right towards the camera. And it was intimidating. It was like, oh my God, what's he going to do? But he would return to WCW as a babyface, team with Cactus Jack against the Nasty Boys, a memorable match in Philadelphia at Slamboree. And then, of course, and I guess we should send our sympathies to his brother Dave, Evad Sullivan.
Oh, good Lord.
Remember, they brought him and they gave him a goofy brother. That was how they brought Kevin Sullivan back to WCW.
Yes, and he was dyslexic, so his name wasn't Dave, it was Evad.
And he was a Hulkamaniac.
What was his name? He was a fairly nice guy. I think I met him a time or two.
He had been wrestling as the Equalizer.
I can't remember his real name.
It has to be Dave something, because why else would you just assert Dave there? Is his name Dave Sullivan?
I can't, well, that's a fine Irish name now, goddammit. But, see, even the great ones are sometimes saddled with questionable creative. But, everybody just thought, well, if it's weird, Kevin can make it work, because he usually does.
I guess we should talk a little bit about everything in WCW with him and Nancy and Chris Benoit and everything afterwards, I've always had a problem with people who, it cost Kevin a lot of his good name.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, first people who were friends with Chris Benoit, who had become friends with Nancy, just were insistent that Kevin was this awful, awful guy. I think it was revealed when we had him on the show 4 years ago that Nancy had been arrested for abuse on Kevin, not the other way around. And, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and by the way, what we're referencing, folks, 4 years ago, a Dark Side of the Ring episode aired on the Benoit and Nancy Benoit tragedy, and Kevin was not on the program. And so therefore, even though, other people may have tried to a bit, his story, his side was not represented well in the episode. And we had, Brian and I had him on the show here, which you can find it on the YouTube channel. Official Jim Cornette is what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be commercial, but everybody should hear that, because he was not on the show because he turned down the request to be on the show because of a promise he had made to Nancy's parents.
Yeah, he was waiting for permission from them. He said that was the only thing that would hold him up from talking about it, was he wanted her parents to give him permission. Darkseid put up some text on the screen saying that he declined to be interviewed, but that was kind of not the whole story, and we had Kevin on to tell the story.
And to be honest, Nancy's sister, not a fan of Kevin's, which has colored some viewpoints on the situation, but Nancy was a handful. And everybody has issues with their personal lives. But what really just disgusted me was these stupid people, because the people, Kevin Sullivan had something to do with it. It wasn't Chris Benoit, that whole bunch of bullshit. You'd have to be a complete fucking imbecile on the verge of being locked up for your own safety rather than being out in public to believe that Kevin had something to do with any of their deaths. So what it amounted to was a bunch of fucking assholes acting like assholes, trying to be assholes, and malign and slander somebody that was more successful than they would ever be at anything. And that's what makes me mad, because it's not like a great amount of people believed it. You couldn't. It's fucking stupid. But a great amount of people would say it because they thought that made them special in some way.
Yeah, and Kevin took a lot of hits, and he was quiet. He didn't say anything. And he took a lot of hits. And as time has gone by and different things have come out, I think you could say Kevin was really treated horribly by a lot of people, and that Chris Benoit was always the bad guy. He was abusive, not just at the end, but he was abusive. He was hooked on drugs, loaded to the tits on steroids. And it was easy for everyone to point the finger at Kevin as being the problem. But Kevin, like I said, he took a lot of hits. Triple H had very nice words to say about him in that tribute video on SmackDown, and they did a very nice job with that. Next time you're going to use any of my images, ask for permission. But, it's like he said all these nice things. What a great mind he was. And he was. We were talking to him in recent years. He was. Why not give him a job at some point? Why not bring him in and use that mind? And Kevin, there are a lot of very small independent promotions and some medium-sized ones that benefited over the last 15, 20 years from Kevin's availability and his ability to go someplace and treat something seriously. And even if it's for one night, if he was going to be booking or helping with creative ideas, he took it very seriously. He was still trying to help wrestlers and promoters.
You know what? Here's I would say sad thing. I mean, my God, he's been retired for a while now. But if the Triple H regime, the Paul Levesque regime, the Vince's absence, if that had happened 15 years ago, you may very well have seen that, because I think this was another example of Vince's, he's a wrestling guy, or, he doesn't understand what we do, something like that. It is always been the problem with getting certain people that Vince didn't grow up around, didn't serve him well for long periods of time, didn't work in his specific company. Success outside, as he was very lackadaisical in recognizing, and it wasn't like Kevin Dunn was going, we ought to get this Kevin Sullivan in here. He was, he's a wrestling guy, Vince, whatever. I think if now was 15 years ago and Triple H was in charge, I have a feeling that Kevin would have been being consulted on a variety of things.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the people who were involved with the failures of WCW, including the death of it, all were able to maintain employment in wrestling, whether it's in WWE or TNA. But Kevin, again, booker for the most successful periods, never got that chance. And a lot of it was because, the Benoits and that crew putting the mouth on him. They made him the bad guy, not just to, not to the promotion necessarily, but to fans. Once you heard that all these guys hated Kevin Sullivan, it made a lot of fans hate Kevin Sullivan. I think a lot of people for a very long time looked unfairly at Kevin, who, again, from my experience, the nicest possible guy. And so giving with his time and his information and his knowledge. And I think his reputation, I think he's getting it back a lot now. But for years, it took a really unfair hit.
Well, and also think about this. Were they going to pick Kevin up in the WWE when Benoit and his guys had just gone there before WCW goes out of business? That was not an opportune time. But, that is, as you said, not only with the fans, but also with some of the boys. I can see where these guys would have gone, and if you hadn't worked with Kevin, this fucking guy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say, like, he put the famous story is, they didn't want to work with him. He put the belt on Benoit, and then Benoit left. But you can't say Kevin wasn't a guy who put over or helped young wrestlers. He always did. Always. He helped make careers. Would Rick Steiner have become Rick Steiner without Kevin Sullivan? Would Mike Rotunda have ever been watchable without Kevin Sullivan? Mick Foley, would he have ever gotten a chance on national TV? I actually have a promo here a bunch of people have sent. Maybe I'll play you audio in a moment. Without Kevin Sullivan. And
nope.
The list goes on. And when you look at WCW, again, he was the booker. If there was a time where you enjoyed Nitro, 96, 97, he was the booker. So if there's stuff you enjoyed, make sure you give him some credit for it.
And I'll tell you one thing, though. Talk about getting people booked and spots and, working with promoters and everything. This was about goddamn 7 or 8 years ago. Kevin, I'm talking to him on the phone. He says, Jimmy, there's this guy, and I'm not going to call the guy's name, but there's this guy in West Virginia. He runs shows. He's great. He's got the money. The shows are great. The whole thing. He'd love to talk to you. Well, Kevin, if you say he's okay, all right, it's not that far down the road for me from West Virginia. So I call the guy, I get booked on his show. He's okay. It's at such and such gym in, God damn it, may have been Parkersburg, West Virginia. I can't remember now. Parkersburg, Clarksburg, somewhere in that area. But yeah, there's a big festival in town. There's going to be thousands of people in town. And we're going to have this big wrestling show, and the Rock and Roll Express are going to be there, and Warlord's going to be there, and Barbarian's going to be there, and some other people. Okay, goddamn. All right, I'll do it. And it's in the middle of the summer, Brian. And when I get there, they had not lied. They were exactly right. There was a big festival in town. There were thousands of people in town. Guess where the wrestling show was?
Where?
Not in fucking town.
Where was it?
It was down the road from it was like 5. I said, where is this goddamn festival? Because I show up at the building. There's an empty, it's like in a residential neighborhood. There's an empty goddamn parking lot for about 100 cars. And there's 2 in it, mine being one of them. And a trailer pulled up to this building. I said, where's the festival? Oh, it's in town. Where's that? About 5 miles down this road. You go and you'll get right into, God damn it. So it was like, yes, there was a festival there, but you couldn't see the goddamn wrestling from the festival. And get in this building, it's 90-something degrees. And by the way, Kevin is not there. Kevin's not booked on this show. Kevin, the jolly joker that he is, he said, oh, yeah, the guy's, I got my money, but oh, yeah, the guy runs great shows. And he's off home in fucking... I think he'd moved to Washington by then. But nevertheless, I get in this building. If it's 97 degrees in the parking lot, it's 127 in this building because there's absolutely no air conditioning whatsoever. And it's one of the old gyms where the only windows are right up at the top of the general admission seats, right? And they can just open them like a foot. And that's supposed to cause some kind of... It looks like a fucking basketball gym from Hoosiers, right, in the 50s. And then I go to the locker rooms, and they're even hotter. And then I see them carting out this giant fan, and it's about 5 feet across, and they go to the concession stand, and they get a bucket of ice, and they put a bucket of ice in front of this big fan and let it blow into the building. And I go and goddamn get a fucking chair and sit right in front of it. If you are less than 18 inches from this thing, it's actually comfortable. But more than that, and you're like in a sauna. And as soon as I had to take a piss and I get up out of my seat, the goddamn rock and roll comes in and sits there. So I have to goddamn kayfabe. But anyway, I then go downstairs because I feel cool air coming from the basement, the stairs down to the basement. And if you walk down there, it was 20 degrees cooler because it was a natural fucking limestone cave with water dripping, and the smell of mildew would make your eyes water. So after the show, when I got home, I called Kevin. I said, Kevin, don't recommend any promoters to me anymore. I can't take it. My allergies won't put up with it. I just got sidetracked telling that story, didn't I?
No, but it's good. I mean, these are the kind of stories we want to get on here. Not just the ones people know, but...
Not just the ones people want to hear, but the ones they need to hear.
Let me play you some audio because I'd like to get your impression, because this is a period of time where I think you were still on the booking committee. And it's maybe the longest bleep in terms of wrestling ever on TBS. Kevin Sullivan with Buzz Sawyer and Cactus Jack. Let me go to this.
Kevin, this guy's got to have a little help.
He got a lot of help. He's got me. Let me tell you something. It ain't the dog's fault. When his mother was carrying him and she's walking through the desert because she was a nomad, she couldn't hold it any longer. She stopped. And left him there to die. Well, the dog didn't die.
By the way, while this is happening, he has Buzz Sawyer, who's on the ground, a chain around his neck, and Kevin's just holding it there while he's choking himself, Buzz Sawyer.
Yes, Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, big log and chain around his neck. Cactus Jack, who's from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and obviously deranged. And then Kevin Sullivan talking about JYD's mother, who was a Nubian. And as I remember it from the taping, there was something about squatting down and fucking delivering the infant right there where...
You can read his lips, something about squatting and the cord. And Mick Foley, Cactus Jack, is
that's right. And she chewed the cord.
And Mick Foley's the most normal person involved in this whole thing. But let's go back to this.
Because from the fetal position, he crawled the heart-burning sands. It's me. He crawled the heart-burning sands. It's me. It's me. God. It's me. He crawled the hot burning sands. And when he was burning up and withering, the she-wolf came. And the mad dog looked up, and he was given the breath of life. It's not the dog's fault. He's just a part of the environment. He'll be okay. You see, because the dog has me. The dog finally, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The dog has me. The dog has finally found peace in his life. You see, all he is misunderstood.
Fans, we'll be back right after this.
And did I say JYD?
You said JYD.
I said Mad Dog, whatever the fuck. But yes, it also with that one was didn't the she-wolf kiss the dogs and give him the breath of the I don't know what the fuck.
I have to go back and read his lips
was
there, yeah. But he's smacking Buzz Sawyer as hard as he can right in the fucking
Yeah, that's
face.
what he kept stopping that one sentence. He's just slapping the shit out of his because Buzz loved that kind of shit anyway. Yeah, hit me. And he's slapping the shit out of him like he's, training a goddamn wild horse.
What do you think of him and Dusty together? You got to see them behind the scenes, so what do you think of their feud and their long-running thing in Florida and then, of course, for Crockett? But behind the scenes, what was the relationship like?
Well, they worked great together because they had known each other so long, and they'd been, by the time that I was together with them, they had been, they'd drawn so much money with each other and been such great opponents. And that whole thing ran for 2 years in Florida till Dusty came to the Carolinas. And then Kevin, as you said earlier, took over the book down there when Dusty got the book for Crockett. But that's it. Kevin, as a performer, he knew what he needed to do, and he was also with the guys in his group. He wanted to flesh that out. He wasn't going to overstep his bounds, but if Dusty came to him, Dusty knew that Kevin can either give good ideas or help flesh it out or understand what Dusty is looking for because they've worked together for so long. So that's the thing is that, Dusty loved having Kevin working there on the card because he didn't have to fucking micromanage him. He could just give him shit and let him run with it. And he could make something out of it.
Kevin and JJ Dillon got along really great, too.
Well, yes, and same thing. They'd both been in the business for a long period of time in a variety of roles and were not assholes or power mad, social climbers and understood how to do their thing. And it was easy to work with both of them.
What's the secret to the stomp that Kevin used to do where he would stomp on the guy's belly?
Well, I say the same thing with Finn Balor. I've had people say, oh, no, they say you don't feel it. I don't know how. With Kevin, there wasn't as much of a secret as much as, at least he wasn't getting that much height. He wasn't getting that much air.
He made it work, though. You know what? And again, his earliest wrestling photos, they said probably to help him that he was 5'11". I think legitimately he was 5'7". And he made his size work with the style he worked in the ring.
Yes, as a babyface, he was powerful because, like I said, in the younger years, he was a power lifter, stocky body type, and had a lot of weight and a lot of strength. People could see it, even though he was vertically challenged. But then as a heel, because he was constant motion, and he was aggressive, and he had that level of crazy by that point, and, that's why he was close with the Sheik, because he understood what the Sheik did to be special and unique. And that, that kind of thing works when you're a heel and you're crazy. And but he could make it work with the sense of danger and urgency instead of just the walk fighting around. So even though he, again, wasn't that tall, he was always In Memphis, when he had been doing the bodybuilding, he wasn't that tall, but he was goddamn shredded. And it actually made him look taller. And then in the other eras, he wasn't that tall, but he was 250 fucking pounds or whatever. And you could tell that he had some oomph to him. And like you said, the style he worked as a younger baby face, he could still sell, he could still bleed, make a comeback or whatever. But as a heel, he really fell into that pattern of just trying to be dangerous instead of going for arm drags. But then as you said earlier, though, you didn't see the goddamn fight in the arena 4 matches out of 7.
Right. It was unique. He was one of the few guys that you knew you would get a wild match out of.
And also, and when Smoky Mountain the next year, I think it was the next year after the Stomper, he had the fucking arena fight with the Big Boss Man, Bubba. Came back and did it 1 year later. I've got pictures of them up in the balcony. I think that was whenever the fuck.
I think that was 93
no,
also.
that was 93 because it was the same week. He just did it with Stomper in fucking one town and Bubba in the other town. But nevertheless, where was I going with that?
The wild matches, and that you didn't see them all over the card back then.
You didn't see them all over the card back then. And also, the fact that Kevin could make you believe that there was something going on with him mentally and that he was way too into this to just be playing a part, so there was some element of legitimacy to it, that helped him do things that it would be bullshit if other people did them because you could see through them. And he could go farther over the... We talked about Stone Cold Steve Austin stomping a mud hole in somebody. But he was over like God, so he could not even connect, and the people didn't care. They didn't see it. They overlooked it. Didn't compute. Kevin in Florida had that reputation to the point where one of the... And now some asshole on an outlaw show is going to do this, and it's going to fall like a fart in church. But the thing that Kevin did with Blackjack Mulligan, and the people believed in Blackjack too. All the rednecks and the country people down in Florida, the redneck Riviera over there in Pensacola, whatever. They were at the Orlando Eddie Graham Sports Stadium, which was a big tin building. It seated like 5,000 people out in the middle of a fucking field. And they made a fortune there for years. And Kevin and Blackjack, they have double DQ. They spill out of the fucking ring. They fight out the back door, out into the parking lot, and off into the darkness. They didn't even have fucking lights out there. They're gone. The people are running. Where the fuck they go? And then the next goddamn week, on the same night, they have wrestling once a week. They ring the bell for the first match. The first match gets going. They've been going about 5 minutes, and suddenly through the front door of the arena, wearing the same shit that they had been wearing the week before and still bleeding, bust Kevin Sullivan and Blackjack Mulligan, and they fight into the fucking ring, and the place goes out of their fucking minds. They didn't stop to think, how could this be? They just, oh my God. That's the kind of shit he could get away with. That's one of the great spots I've ever heard of all time.
You know, I got to talk a lot of baseball with him. That was one of his big loves, was baseball. When the 86 Mets beat the Red Sox in the World Series, he was working in Continental. He had to watch it backstage, he said. A heartbreaking loss for him. But a few years ago, I'm looking at some of the text messages here. I wished him a happy birthday in October. And he wrote back, "Fuck LA and Mookie. Although he's going to be a Hall of Famer, he better go in as a Red Sox." So, loved his baseball, Kevin.
Did you see Fenway Park put him up on the screen, the scoreboard?
That would have meant the world to him. And, yeah, again, from my experience, and I met him when I was a kid, and that was an intimidating thing, even though it wasn't really supposed to be. It was just an autograph signing, but that accent, nothing he could say when you're a kid sounded nice. I was wearing a Knicks shirt. He's like, How do you think the Knicks are going to do? I'm like, I think they're going to win. Who do you think is going to win? No, it's going to be Chicago. Whatever he yelled it at me. But, getting to know him the last several years, he was such a nice guy. Like I said, always very giving with his time. He recorded a ton of segments with me. And he always just gave me unsolicited feedback, which from Kevin Sullivan I liked. I like when top minds give me feedback as opposed to, jerk-offs.
Yeah, the unsolicited part is sometimes the rub, but with Kevin, you didn't mind.
Oh, with Kevin, I appreciated where he was coming from. So from my personal experience, just a tremendous guy, a really nice guy, and I wish he was still here. A really, really nice guy.
Well, everybody heard what I had to say about how he helped me in WCW, not only my first booking spot, but in Smoky Mountain, in trying to help because he knew what I was going through and what I owed to him for that. I'm not going to go through it again because then I'd just be repeating myself and rambling. But a lot of people will remember him for a lot of good things. And who else can you think of? 54 years after they started in the business, their passing makes the kind of news his did, not only in a mainstream level, but also amongst the fans and the boys.
Made the New York Times.
Made the New York Times and a scoreboard in Fenway Park. And, for that long, he was literally still working in the business as far as autographs and etc., and had wrestled up until just a few years ago on an intermittent basis. So I don't know, there's a lot of people, whatever era it may be, a lot of people have never come close to that level of involvement or longevity in this business. And I think we should all be proud of him for that.
Absolutely. And of course, if you're a listener who wants to hear Kevin in his own words, go back through the archives. We've had many appearances with Kevin, of course, here with Jim on the 605 Superpodcast, telling his own story in his own words. But Jim, with that, let's take a short time out. We'll be right back after this.
We do have some more fun and frivolity on the program today and some of the modern wrestling, but at the start, we want to make mention, obviously, of the passing of Afa Anoa'i, Afa the Wild Samoan, just a couple of days ago as we speak. And I believe he was 81 years old, but this is it's got to be murder for the family of what they've gone through over the past couple of months, but it's kind of, I don't know, apropos, not ironic, but apropos in a positive way that Afa and Sika went so close together when they were so close and intertwined in all the fans' minds for, so many years, inextricably linked. But when Afa had been battling some health issues for quite some time and had still been kicking out, and everybody was, pulling for him. But obviously, I guess Dave Meltzer announced he had passed on Twitter about a day or two before he did. We may mention that later on.
I'm not sure how much in advance it was, but it was definitely in advance.
It was in advance. But nevertheless, everybody has, given the tributes and etc. And we just, honestly, not to try to shirk our duties, but as a professional in his career in wrestling, we just talked about the Samoans when we talked about Sika. So, it might be redundant here, but I think at this point, we could focus more on Afa, after the Wild Samoans, the trainer, the promoter, which obviously he was well thought of, and he had been, what was it, Hazleton, Pennsylvania? Is that it's near Allentown.
It was near Allentown.
Is that where he was located?
I don't remember the exact town.
I've been there because I worked for Afa. That's the thing I mentioned when we talked about Sika, that that I had not interacted with him nearly as much as Alpha, because Sika had lived for years down in Pensacola, Florida, whereas Alpha was in eastern Pennsylvania, and that's where his school was. He ran shows around the area for so many years, and especially when I was in Stamford in the office, there was a lot of period of time when I was booking the guys for third-party promotions or worked for him myself in some cases, when I was on television managing somebody, whatever the case. He was much more present around the office and around, a lot of the guys in the towns when they would do TV in the area. And actually, he was managing Samu and Fatu when we first got there in '93, me and the Heavenly Bodies, right? Because
with Lou Albano eventually.
With Lou Albano, and they were, boy, that was the ugliest group of baby faces that I think I've ever seen in my life. Lou Albano and Samu and Fatu and Afa together. But it was what it was because of the booking at the time. But we got to work with him. So, but Afa was a great guy, and I've heard so many people speak so well of him as a trainer. I wasn't at his school and witnessed that, but at his shows, that's one of the people that you could book the WWF talent out who is a third party that you knew they weren't going to be asked to do anything screwy, or there wasn't anything screwy going to be done on the show. He ran professional wrestling shows. And somebody will probably come up with a videotape of, well, look, he did this, and some local manager is quacking like a duck or whatever. But I'm talking about the office knew they weren't going to get bad publicity, offensive wrestling staged here. Guy pulls his fucking pecker out. And nobody was going to be set on fire or, plummeted through furniture. But he ran shows in that area for 20 years, I guess. So you always got your money. Everything was always, I'm not saying they didn't run some local shows, but everything was professionally done within the parameters of the environment. And I guess he's been still had the training school until, obviously just his health took a turn recently, hadn't he?
I believe so. And, it's interesting to think about the idea that if you were a fan 40 years ago, there were 2 or 3 Samoan wrestlers that you knew. It was Afa and Sika, and then there was Samoan number 3, who eventually became Samu. And you didn't know yet that he was Alpha's son. Then eventually you had Tonga Kid, and then Fatu, and in WCW under Paul Heyman actually as the manager, and then Oliver Humperdinck. The 3 of them were together. It's amazing because in the 90s when you were around is kind of when everything expanded. And they were a family in wrestling, and then after a while, they were the biggest family in wrestling. And Afa was one of the central figures behind the scenes because he always had a good relationship with Vince.
And that's the thing, is there were other Samoans in the 70s. Remember right. Tio and Reno, and Tio and Tapu. After Tapu took over from Reno. And it was, goddamn, I think Reno's last name was Tufili or whatever. I'm sure they were distant relations because Samoan people come from a fucking island. So somehow distantly, one would think they're all related. But the point is the Anoa'i and the Anoa'i family overtook all of the other Samoan, not that there were a ton, but the other Samoan wrestlers in the business, and the Quasi, Samoans that tried to get by with being Samoans, and pretty much their bloodline is now the only one existent in the business, isn't it?
I mean, it's the biggest.
On any kind of mainstream level, I guess there's wait a minute, didn't AEW had some Samoan-looking fellows, didn't they?
The Gates of Agony.
Boy, they passed through them a long time ago to watch them, but nevertheless. But anyway, we wanted to recognize Afa, and again, the tribute we did to Sika is available on the YouTube channel, which talks extensively about Afa as well and the Samoans as a team. But yeah, you can't. They have probably surpassed. I guess by now they have surpassed the Welches and Fullers in terms of just numerical.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
People. Well, no, hold on now. No doubt. Have we got to like 35, 36, whatever?
If you don't count people who weren't actually related, like The Rock or Jimmy Snuka, like various people that they considered cousins or brought in, if you just count the real bloodline, Afa, Sika, Samu, Fatu, Tonga Kid, again, not counting Haku, Rosie and Jamal, Manu, Alpha Jr. was Manu right there. Roman Reigns.
Are you doing this off top of your head?
I am. That's 9. Usos.
I've worked with a lot of these people, and I can't fucking do it.
Usos, that's 11. Solo Sikoa, that's 12. I think there's another brother, but I'm not going to count him because I can't verify the other brother.
Did you say Jacob?
Jacob. Oh, so there's 13. So that's just who's on the main stage or has been that I could think of, let alone the other members who have worked in. Yokozuna. I didn't even think of him. Yokozuna. Yeah. So that's 14 right there.
Jeez.
Again, with the Welches and Fullers, if you count the Fields family, that's what really gives it a boost, right?
Yes, but also that means you count in-laws, in which case you've got the people that they married.
Oh, Naomi.
Naomi and the Flying Burrito Brothers.
Well, she glows in the dark. She makes you just want to get up and move. Just get up and glow.
Yeah. Just anyway, Madonna. We're trying to be serious here. We've gone off on a tangent, but the point is, probably, I think, without question, the family dynasty in wrestling that has grossed the most money would be the Anoa'is, which started with Afa and Sika. So I think that's a record without question.
How many other wrestling families go 5 people deep? Like the Welches and Fullers, obviously. The Grahams and kayfabe are certainly a
well, no, but yeah, the Von Erichs.
The Von Erichs.
Golly gee whiz. Now you've
the Harts.
There were 3 Miller brothers. Yes, definitely the Harts. The aforementioned Welch Fuller Fields Hatfield arrangement. 5.
Well, you know what?
5.
The Rock, if you look at his extended family, technically, Peter Maivia, Rocky Johnson, The Rock, Ricky Johnson. So there's 4 members. I don't know if any of Rocky Johnson's other kids ever did it. I don't think any of them ever did. So that's 4. But 5. 5's the magic number.
So now people are screaming at whatever they're fucking listening to this on, right?
So what we're trying to say is if you work for AEW, now's the time to take time off and procreate.
Oh, good heavens. No, I don't think they're going to be around by the time that your progeny would be of legal contract signing age.
I'm glad they did get that one thing, though, to wrap it up, talking about Afa. I guess it was 4 years ago, kind of when the Bloodline angle story was really starting to take off. They had the moment where Roman was there and he was presented with the red, whatever they call it, necklace of shells or whatever it is.
The Ulafala, but I just feel like I'm mispronouncing it even when I'm not, so I just call it the red lei.
Well, they give him that. Afa and Sika do at the entranceway. And I thought that's a cool thing that they did that they got that moment,
Yeah.
You kind of think if they were healthier and, they weren't young guys, but they would have been somehow incorporated in everything happening. But it's good that they were at the very beginning.
Well, yeah, because that, and I'm sure that was a Heyman touch. I'm not saying that anybody disagreed with it, but to have that, the elders, to on video, passing the blah, blah, blah. That was a big symbolic deal that people, register on a subliminal basis. It's, some people see it as cool as it is, and others just still it's impressive rather than some wrestling bullshit. So that was very good.
And I always cite it as a match I love. Now's a great time to go back and watch it for anyone who hasn't. It was on the WWE Network. I believe it would still be on Peacock under the WWE old school stuff. Madison Square Garden, October 1984. Babyface Alpha versus Dick Murdoch. It is so much fun. You have to watch it. So much fun.
Well, and they knew each other from Mid-South also. So I'm sure, they went back in a number of different territories. So I'm sure that was fun for both of them.
Yeah, remember, they were managed by Ernie Ladd, and then all of a sudden they were with Akbar, and that's when Ernie Ladd said, "Nobody manages the Samoans but me." And he goes to the ring and they turn on him.
Yeah. And Ernie, meanwhile, was dressed like fucking Richard Roundtree in Shaft Goes to Africa. And it's just... And then here came the one-man gang.
One-man gang.
Who had just been managed by me as Crusher Broomfield in fucking Tennessee, making $350 a week, and suddenly goes to Mid-South and becomes the one-man gang and splashed Ernie Ladd's leg and broke it.
Before we get to WWE Raw this past week, of course, they had an announcement on the show, but it had broken a few days earlier, and we were recording, so we didn't get a chance to talk about it. So why don't we talk about the passing of Sid Udy, a.k.a. Sid Vicious, Sid Justice, Psycho Sid with a very unique spelling, all to himself. What do you think? Obviously, someone you were around since almost the beginning of his career, and with the news of his passing, one of the clips people love sending around is when he was revealed to be the partner of Ahmed Johnson and Shawn Michaels in Split Screen, and you had a little bit of a meltdown.
Yes, and actually that was if you can imagine the state of the WWF at that point in time when Sid was the more stable alternative to the Ultimate Warrior who had just gotten fired and was supposed to be in that spot, right? And the thing, ever since this happened, because we've told so many stories about Sid on the show at various points over the years. And the problem is, in this instance, possibly some of those might not be in good taste, because the biggest stories about Sid were him no-showing or holding somebody up or getting in heat with the office. It was... But then when you saw Twitter with the outpouring of the clips and the, people talking about him, the fans, it was two different worlds. If you had to work with him in a promotional or office, administrative, creative booking, production, type of scenario, it was fucking bloody murder. But the fans loved him, and he got over pretty much instantly whenever he, started appearing somewhere, because of the look and the intensity and the athleticism. So the fans loved him, but at the same time, all of the industry stories center around, the softball Sid thing. And it said, so how do we carry on with this today and discuss him?
Well, I think we can look at it from both perspectives. You from the person who had to deal with him as a wrestling executive and as a coworker, and me as someone who, when I discovered the NWA, one of the first guys I was a mark for was Sid Vicious. He had the coolest entrance music. If he wrestled, sometimes Spivey wouldn't get in the ring. No, yeah. He had an aura. I mean, I know it's such a corny word to use, but he had an aura around him that not too many other people did. He also did things that heels didn't typically do in terms of almost asking the crowd to cheer. He would make those little hand movements, and the crowd would go nuts for him, because here's a guy 6'9" doing all these big power moves, killing everyone, and then turning to the crowd to celebrate.
Yeah, and he's built like a Greek god, with that physique, and at the same time he can do a nip up. And
because I'll give you an example. I'm 9 years old, right? And
right now, or at one time?
Maybe mentally. but in 1989. And at the Bash, it's the Skyscrapers against the Dynamic Dudes.
Yes, that's what I was going to bring up, but go ahead.
And they're almost cool to a 9-year-old, you know? They got surfboards and they're wearing neon. You know, like that's what's supposed to hit with a kid. You would almost want to root for them. How are you going to root for them against Sid Vicious?
Yes.
And the Baltimore fans, I mean, that was kind of the reaction a lot of wrestling fans had to Sid, despite limitations in the ring and problems dealing with him. That was the kind of reaction he always got.
And the thing is, they would boo Spivey. When Spivey was in a red, boo, they wanted to see Sid.
Yeah.
When Spivey got in red, Sid, and then he'd tag and they'd fucking blow. And the dudes were goddamn burnt toast. But that was the thing. Remember, they had to edit the WWF. You know your New York history better than I do. What was the pay-per-view? Well, it was the Royal Rumble, but what year where...
92.
Sid eliminated Hulk, and then Hulk held on to Sid and pulled him out, and they booed Hulk.
It's the year Ric Flair won. Maybe the greatest Rumble ever. The last three are Flair, Sid, and Hogan. And if you're a fan of WCW or the NWA, you know there's a little bit of a history with the two former horsemen, but they don't really talk about that there. But it's intriguing. Sid eliminates Hogan, the fans cheer. That was the big moment where finally it showed that people were kind of sick of Hogan's act. Because it had gotten really, corporatized. It was just, when at the very beginning and, he was kind of like a big wild steroid man. And then all of a sudden he was a bullshit artist to a lot of kids. And Sid eliminates Hogan, the fans cheer. And then Hogan from the outside of the ring just grabs onto Sid and starts pulling at him, which is a total heel move if you really think
sore
about
loser.
It. Yeah. And then Flair, the true heel, gets behind Sid and dumps Sid out of the ring while Hogan's doing that. And Sid's mad at Hogan. By the time that aired on TV, they edited it so that the fans were cheering Hogan for some unknown reason. In that ordeal, there was no reason to cheer him.
But that's again, he could make an impact like that. And he's another guy that, he hit at the right time, with the explosion in television and et cetera of that period. And, everybody had video. His career really, 13 years, 14 years between his first matches in Memphis and the leg injury. And he wrestled a few times after that, way after that. But everybody thinks he's always been, Psycho Sid or Sid Vicious. And there were so many breaks in between when he would just go home. But yet they kept giving him chances and he would go in and get over. But then he would do something to get himself under with the company and he'd be gone again. And so that's why it was the difference between trying to work with him in the ring where, they're cheering the wrong people and or he, doesn't want to sell whatever, or he doesn't want to, do this or that except when he did, or working with him as the promoter or the booker where you're trying to make plans and what the fuck, when are they playing softball? But the fans, every time that he would go out there and do his shit, they fucking loved it.
Can you imagine how good he must have been at softball? He's like Aaron Judge. He's gigantic. He would just be dropping them all over the place.
I don't know I never saw him play softball, but I heard about it all the time.
Did Lawler?
I'm sure that Lawler's seen him play. I don't know if he's played him or had him on his team or whatever, but I'm sure there had to be conversation between the King and Sid on softball. But that was the thing in WCW, I guess in early 91, they signed him to a new deal, had to have him. And what Sid had asked for was, I think, $400,000 a year guaranteed, which, what's that from 1991 now? Maybe $1 million in today's money. But $400,000 a year, he wanted the world title and he wanted softball season off. And they gave him the money and the world title. They just didn't give him softball season off. And they didn't give him the world title.
I
thought they did.
He didn't get it until years later.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because he didn't make it on that deal long enough, I don't think, to softball season. Or was that when he quit for softball season?
That's when he ends up going to sign with the WWF in 1991, and the last match he has for WCW is a stretcher match against El Gigante.
Oh, where he didn't go out on the stretcher.
Yeah, he just walked out. He didn't go out on the stretcher. That was his goodbye to WCW, that match.
And
you know, that's one of those early examples. And again, I'm not saying he was Tiger Mask or anything, but fans like me were into Sid because he had that aura and that personality that not too many other guys had. He's one of the first examples of someone, although people look back on the Sid Justice run now and they like it, I think it's one of the early examples of Vince not getting how to use someone right out of the gate who came over from WCW, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you there. And Sid, how long did Sid Justice last? The name, the whole...
Well, he was there at SummerSlam, but I think maybe the month before. So let's say June, July 91. And then he left. He quit right when he was about to work the big program with him and the Ultimate Warrior, which would have been amazing. Coming out of WrestleMania 8, let's say May of 92.
Oh, it just seems shorter. But yeah, I mean, see, here we are. We're talking, yeah, he did this and then he quit, or he did this and he got hurt, and then he did this and he quit, and he left and went to the other place, but he didn't like... It was, and I've told the story before. I apologize if everybody's memorized the entire catalog of the YouTube channel, but that time in San Antonio when they brought him back in 97, when they was that 96 when they fired the Warrior? Whatever the case, it was the goddamn San Antonio, the Joe and Harry Freeman Coliseum, because I remember I was so hot that I was ill and almost threw up by the time I got back to the hotel room. It was like 110 in San Antonio that day. And Vince had insisted he come. He'd been off because he was injured. And Vince had me call him. And I called and got his wife because he was out. He was playing softball, or he took the softball team to Osceola or somewhere in Arkansas. And I said, Vince wants him. You know, at Raw Monday night, he doesn't have to wrestle. He knows he's hurt, but he's got to make an interview appearance and do part of this deal, right? Oh, he's not going to like that. He hasn't had time to train lately. He doesn't feel... Well, I said, he's not wrestling. How bad could he look in a fucking month? I'm thinking to myself, we haven't seen him in a fucking month. What could he have deteriorated to? And she said, you know, Sid's often said that he thought he might be happier if he went back to selling farm chemicals. I don't know whether she's trying to just pour her heart out to me or negotiate with me on his behalf, like, you better give him more money. He might go back to selling farm chemicals. And I said, nevertheless, Vince wants him there. He's sending a plane ticket. Monday, San Antonio. He's going to do this interview thing, right? So he shows up. And I can't even remember the particulars, but the four top baby faces, whoever they were at this point in time, it was Michaels, is whoever the fuck, they all come out on the stage and confront the group of heels in the ring, and Sid is one of them, and he didn't take his shirt off. He's dressed in street clothes. He didn't take his shirt off because he felt like he hadn't tanned. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then they were supposed to come back at the top of the hour, seg 7, and that was when Raw was a 2-hour show, and do some kind of run in and whatever and pay the thing off. And we started looking around for, where's Sid? And we asked Bruno, you know, Harvey Whippleman, downtown Bruno, because they went back to the Memphis days.
And that was his manager, Sid Justice.
Yes. And we said, where's Sid? Oh, he came up to me. He said he felt like he was having a heart attack. I said, well, where'd you take him? I took him back to the hotel. What? The Holiday Inn for a heart attack? He said he just wanted to go back to the hotel. It's so hot. Yeah, but what the fuck? Oh, geez. So he didn't make that segment. And that's when, oh, God damn it, was it him that Vince said, if I'm going to prorate your appearances, or was it Warrior? Maybe it might have been both of them. Both these things may be true. But I don't know. He wasn't around long again after that.
You know, that's sad to hear that. I didn't even put two and two together about him selling farm chemicals, because I guess one of the things that they're attributing his passing to is the exposure to Roundup.
Oh, good. Are you kidding?
No, I read that. So I thought it was just from, I missed it.
Okay, I had not read that. So I wasn't trying to be flippant, as they say.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, who would have thought he got out of wrestling and it killed him?
You know, he's an underrated promo. You may not like his style, but he was, and I don't know if he always made sense, but there was again, no one had this intensity. He had certain intangibles that no one else had, and he made it work for him.
He was a perfect promo, except if he had to go too long or explain. One of the guys, there's a lot of guys like this. If they have to go too long or explain too much detail, it robs them of their intensity because they get lost or they just get hesitant, as I just was. And that's why if you have the little manager to fill in the details and do the fucking bridges amongst this monster having short, violent verbal outbursts like he could do tremendous, that's your key there. But one time again on one of the promos, it didn't even matter, like you said, whether it made sense because it sounded so real that he was saying it. He did a promo, and I can't remember what it was, but some way or another, he told the people in some twisted syntax that he was half as smart and half as big as his opponent or whatever.
In WCW, yeah. It caused Scott Hall to start laughing at him in the middle of the ring.
Yes. But again, it's fucking Sid, and everybody thought he was goofy and out of his mind. And because he was goofy and out of his mind.
He went from screaming to whispering better than anyone. He was able to, and I'll tell you, and then he would all of a sudden become Jake Roberts, and lean in, and you would see his eyes, and it worked. What was up with Vince's spelling of psycho?
I think it was something he wanted to try to trademark, or just to have some alliteration there with the SS, Psycho Sid, not SS in terms of connotation of Germany, but just alliteration on his logo.
Let me tell you about my favorite Gestapo.
Well, now that may have come later, but but yeah, it was just the alliteration, and so they could trademark the action figures and et cetera, but that partially came from. Because when I heard from Vince and Bruce, we're bringing Sid, I said, he's a psycho because of the thing that had happened with Arn. And Vince comes up, and change the spelling or whatever.
Oh, he almost died, you say? How can I use this?
Yes, how can I? Yes, so I'm surprised they didn't license that music from fucking Bernard Herrmann.
Now that I'm thinking about his music, did his music have a fake psycho sound at the beginning?
Yes.
I never even thought about that before. Wow.
Yes, that's the goddamn deal, but they should have just gone all the way with it, like I played the theme from Halloween for the Mongolian Stomper. Play the fucking shower music.
I liked Sid better in the mid-90s when he returned to the look without the mullet that he had when he first hit in 1989. I didn't like him with long hair as much.
Well, it made him look taller when he had shorter hair.
That's right. I liked him with Shawn Michaels. Everyone talks about Shawn Michaels and Diesel. I thought he was really good as Shawn Michaels' bodyguard.
Well, and again, that formula works when both guys do their thing, but that's why Vince McMahon was so sold on Sid multiple times, because he looked so good, and Vince knew if he could just, like Donald Pleasance in Halloween, if he could just reach him, but he found out that those eyes were soulless. He couldn't keep him under control from blowing up, from having issues, whatever, to fully monetize him. And that's the thing. They threw from 1989 through 1998, or 9 with
Yeah,
WCW.
maybe a little bit after that, yeah.
A little bit, or 2000, they threw money at him. He'd quit, leave, go home, get mutual split, whatever the fuck, all the incidents, get fired for the thing with Arn. And he'd sit at home for a while, and then when the heat was off the other side, because of there was something there, they would get him. And then some would happen again. So he could have been much bigger and for a longer period of time because there were so many breaks in that period of time.
Well, that's a sad transition right there. What I was going to say is, when he passed, a couple of the matches that came to my mind were the dudes match, and I posted the link to the Lee Scott match, which is just amazing to see because the crowd starts coming alive with each destruction of Lee Scott. And the match with Shawn at the Garden for Survivor Series in 96, where the fans turned on Shawn.
Yeah.
Sid became the biggest babyface in the world that night. Unfortunately, one of the memories a lot of people have, and I try not to think about it, to be honest with you, it makes me sick, the image of it. Sid Vicious breaking his leg in WCW. What was your reaction when it happened? What did you think when you heard or saw it?
Well, I wasn't watching live, but heard about it and then saw the tape, and that is just, and he had said later on and ended up suing WCW because they said do this. But at the same time, why would you tell this guy to do that? Because the one thing about Sid, the entire massive body, he had kind of some bird legs down below there. But that was nothing that he had ever done. It wasn't important, as I remember, just coming off the second rope with a kick to a guy. How can that be an integral part of a finish? So I don't know if he ever won any money, because could he prove that they insisted he do that and he said, no, I can't do that kind of stuff? Did he get a big settlement? Was this reported?
I actually don't know. I do know that most people who sued WCW ended up happy in the end, but I don't know.
Well, WCW wasn't giving out happy endings when I worked for them. I might have stuck around.
They were giving out settlements. You sue them. They didn't want to. I mean, how many people sued just because they knew they would get a settlement out of WCW?
No, I know, but they certainly weren't giving out any happy endings.
No. Well, you don't know what Jim Herd and Jim Ross were doing late at night at the bar.
Hey, now, come on!
You weren't there.
Or the bourbon for Herd and.
Well,
but anyway, but nevertheless, but yeah, that injury, leg injury to Sid, pretty much ended his full-time career, and he came back long after that to do just a few matches. But yeah, I didn't ever understand that deal from either side, why that they would insist. And here's the thing, we couldn't get Sid to agree to come to work. We were paying him $500,000 a year. Why would he agree to jump off the fucking ropes on one leg for somebody? What the fuck was going on there?
Well, that was our look at the life of Sid. I can't even say it because of the way you ended that. But
well, no, but I mean, not even being disrespectful, but he picks then to agree to do something?
I don't know. But again, a memorable character from the 1990s, one of the more memorable wrestlers of the decade in a lot of ways, because he was in both companies on various occasions and had big runs at the top and often just disappeared or was fired or was sent home for, I mean, it was a variety of things.
Well, and he would go back to Memphis and work for Lawler because he lived in West Memphis, Arkansas. So, and that's where he started. Lord Humongous was, at first it was Mike Stark a long time ago in Memphis, and then Jeff Van Camp.
Yeah.
He broke in here. He played football for the University of Louisville. And then, when they wanted to bring the gimmick back, they put it on Sid, and he was the most impressive looking of the bunch. And then when the people found out it was him, point is, whenever he would be gone from WCW or WWF, but he'd show up in Memphis, and those people would say this international star for the next 3 weeks. And then he'd go somewhere else.
Do you think it was worth maybe looking into like having like a tour, not the Lex Express, but like Sid going town by town, whatever town he's going to wrestle in, he takes on your softball team during the day? Like if you know you have this guy that can hit bombs, put him in there against every schlub in town to promote the wrestling event.
Yeah, but it might have ended up like George Goulas when he had the wrestlers form the basketball team so he could be the captain, and they would go and play the local high school team in the school that they were having the matches in that night. They'd have a ball game, and they'd set up the ring during intermission, and then they'd have the wrestling. Well, one night in Rabbit Ridge, Kentucky, the fucking high school team beat the wrestlers, and George got so mad, he canceled the matches.
What, are you serious? I never heard that before.
Bob Eaton told me that one.
Get the fuck out of here. That's amazing.
Yeah, he said they cheated. It was some referee call or whatever that he felt they had been wrong. Take the ring back. We're not doing it. Daddy, they cheated.
That's nuts. I never heard that story before.
But there you go. But Sid.
That was it, the life of Sid.
All right, well, before we talk about the invasion of Germany, we have to mention that just heard this morning on the internet. Sonny King passed away, 79 years old, and we'll talk about that in a second. That surprises me, but is this part of a curse with our show? Every time we tell a story about somebody, something bad happens to them.
Well, again, this is a little different. I forget what even brought it up recently. It
was talking
Mid-South.
about Buddy Landell and Mid-South. And then, it naturally went into the problems that they had. But
and that was the tail end of his career. And that's important to note because
that was the end of his career. 84 was his last year.
Yeah, I think that may have been the last place he worked, actually.
And that's why I was saying, because that's 40 years ago. That means he was 39 years old. Sonny King never,
wow.
Exactly. He never changed appearance, and he had such a intimidating look and demeanor to him when he wanted to that you didn't really have an age for him. But his career was over as in part with what we'll talk about, the attack that he suffered in North Carolina. But he was only 39 years old. And he was done. But he had a lengthy career before that and was on top in all kinds of places. It was 1971 that he and Jay Strongbow were the WWF Tag Team Champions, right?
That's right.
And he worked on top in the Carolinas in the early 70s. Well, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, you never think of him as a Northeast wrestler. And there he is.
Well, and I'm not sure, truthfully and honestly, how he broke in, who trained him, what his early career was like. But that was the first time that people in the magazines or people reading the magazines, would have heard of Sonny King. But then, as I said, he worked in the Carolinas on top. He main evented with Johnny Valentine when Valentine came into territory. He was big in the Louisiana part of Leroy McGurk's territory before it became Mid-South. And he was in and out of Memphis territory because he got to be, Jerry Jarrett thought the world of him, and they got to be good friends. And he was, from 1978 until 1982 would have been his last run here, only 4 years, but he was here a lot of that period of time, both as a heel wrestler and a heel kind of wrestler manager for Joe LeDuc and Jean-Louis, who was the hangman, Neil Guay.
It's always my favorite name.
Jean-Louis.
Well, no, specifically Lance Russell, like Joe LeDuc and Jean-Louis. It's just that.
Yeah, but they spelled it because at first they were spelling it like Louis, like you would in French, right? But then all the fans were reading it in the newspaper ad and started calling him John Lewis. So then they started spelling it John Louis, Louie, like Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And here's this giant 325-pound bearded guy. Well, there's John Louis. So but that was French to the fans in Tennessee, But anyway, he was a manager for them, and then he came back a while later as a babyface, and he worked a lot as partners with Ricky Morton. Ricky Morton loved him because, we've talked about especially the last couple of years of Sonny's career, and how it, physically and in the ring, he was difficult to work with, not attitude-wise, but just his style was very unorthodox, and he had lost a few steps by that point. But he was a very intelligent guy, and he'd been in the business and worked on top in a variety of places. So he taught Ricky a lot about psychology and how things worked in other territory, things like that. And as the reason why Jarrett wanted them as partners was because he had high hopes for Ricky Morton, and he wanted him to be able to learn. So he would team him up with guys like Sonny King, and then Tojo had a part to play early in Ricky's career, and then Ken Lucas, because the veteran could teach. But anyway, Ricky loved Sonny. But
wasn't it that angle when Ricky was teaming with Big Red? Because I always felt so bad for Big Red. It was such a sympathetic thing where they just knock him to the ground and just tie him so he can't get up.
Yeah.
And then just beat the crap out of Ricky Morton. It was Sonny King and Tojo.
Yes. And there's Big Red was all, if he was down without being tied up, he was almost immobile, right? So he couldn't get up when he was tied with a shoestring or whatever. But that was, I spent the day with Sonny and Ricky in Memphis one time after TV, just taking pictures. I have great pictures of them with the bridge over the river and behind them and on Beale Street and all kind of shit that we just did for the magazine. But that was the thing. Sonny, as I said, he worked on top most of the places he went for the first 10 years of his career. And in the 70s, he was a better athlete. But I think, honestly, he had a boxing background, too, so he would, incorporate that. But it was just a very unorthodox style that he had. And I think his literate, low-key promo and just his demeanor and look, and he looked like Isaac fucking Hayes, and that didn't hurt in the 70s. I think that's what got him over in a lot of places. And he was 6'3" and 250, and in shape at a time when that was not as commonplace as it is today.
When you see him in Mid-South in '84, if you had told me he was 45 years old, I would have said, okay, I believe that easily.
Yeah, because of and how he'd been like I said, in 1971, he's already in magazines, WWF champion. So 13 years later, and he always looked like a grown adult. And
he shaved in '84, so he looked like, somehow that made him look older than when he had facial hair.
And we're not talking about a shaved head. He was always bald, but the beard. He had a beard for a while. And like you said, it made him look older when he shaved his beard off. But anyway, I guess the thing we talked about, the incident, or mentioned a minute ago, and we've talked about this before, you tried to find the promo on YouTube, and of course, of all things, it's not there, but the best promo that Sonny ever did came off again of a real-life thing, and this is pretty much what finished his career and him being that young, because when he tried to come back, it wasn't the same. As I said, Sonny had worked in North Carolina, and he was visiting there. I'm trying to remember. I think was he working here, or had he just gone somewhere else? He spent some time in Florida too, but that was earlier in the 70s.
He definitely wasn't working there in Mid-Atlantic when it happened.
No, but I'm saying, was he working here? I'm trying to think. But the point is, he had gone to the Carolinas to visit, just on a vacation or for some reason, and there was a show in Charlotte at the old Coliseum, and he went to visit some of the boys, right? And I've talked about how that, especially a big crowd or whatever, the back door of the Coliseum, the guys had to go right to the side parking lot and get in their car, and if the fans were out there, you needed cops, whatever, and they would come to the back door also, the fans try to get in. And so there was one, I can picture the classic old security guard at the Charlotte Coliseum, but there was one guard at one of the back doors, and some drunk guys were trying to push their way in and get in free, and he was trying to hold them back. And Sonny's just standing back there watching the fucking matches and sees this and goes to help the guard. And one of these guys ends up having a knife and stabbing him. I don't know how many fucking times, but one of them actually pierced his heart, right? So obviously this became a big news story amongst in the wrestling business. And I don't know, I can't even remember the date of that. I don't know how long he was out, but it was months and months and months. And, you know, that's kind of, you know, fan interaction you had in the Carolinas back in those days. But anyway, finally, the best angle they ever did, as I said, Sonny was good friends with Jerry Jarrett, and Jerry brought him back as a baby face. And this was, it was probably spring 82-ish. Am I close?
I think that's about right, yeah.
And basically had Sonny come out and do an interview and tell the story of how that he got stabbed and it punctured his heart. And this sounds like a Meltzer Shapoopy deal, but this was the truth, and it actually can happen. They did open heart surgery on him, and the scar was like, Jesus Christ, it was all the way down his chest and stomach. And they actually, the doctor held his heart in his hand and massaged it as they were repairing and doing whatever the fuck they needed to do. And he tells this whole story in that accent he's got. He was from Louisiana, and he had kind of that accent and also that matter-of-fact voice. And then he said the reason why that he was coming back to wrestling was for his son, Larry. Because he did have a son named Larry, and he was a nice kid. He'd probably be 45 years old now or whatever. But he used to bring him to the matches sometime. And Sonny's license plate, back when nobody had a vanity plate back in those days, was Larry. And he did this promo about how he wanted his son to see him wrestle again and blah, blah, blah. So he's coming back and he's doing this for Larry. And that registered, right? And I mean, it didn't sell out to Mid-South Coliseum, but it was the best, one of the best usages of a real life tragedy that wasn't in bad taste that I've ever seen in wrestling. And, you know, but the problem is at that point, just, I don't know how else it might have affected him, but his in-ring was, it wasn't there anymore. And then the reason why he got the spot in Louisiana was not only because Dog had left and they tried everybody else, right, as we've talked about, but Sonny was from Louisiana. I'm pretty sure was living there at the time, and Dundee was booking, and Dundee knew him from Memphis and thought, well, let's try and see if Sonny can do anything anymore. And it didn't work. But yeah, it's amazing that he was only 39 years old at that time.
Well, there it is, Sonny King, and again, shocking about how young he was. You say that about someone who dies in their 70s, but still, you would have thought he was a lot older.
Well, yeah, because he was on top in Madison Square Garden in 1971, 72. That's 52. He would have been 26, 27. So that is, amazing and something you don't think about. And because of that incident, his career ended right about the time of home video really exploding. And then 1984 comes and boom, boom, boom. And, by that time he's done.
The other thing is everyone looks younger now. Everyone dresses younger. It used to be like you grew up and then you started dressing like an adult. And like the rock stars got to wear whatever they wanted.
Well, but what about people's faces? I mean, they weren't, back in those days, people weren't taking a stick to other people's faces, just here, ugly you up, boom, boom, boom. And they looked more mature and older and, more stentorian looking type of visages. I'm using large words and phrases. But now everybody looks like they're fucking 12. You having a brain surgeon looks like a goddamn Boy Scout. The fuck? My new doctor's a little too energetic, I think, for his own good.
Why do you say that?
Well, he's always happy. I don't want happy dial. It's serious doctors. Anyway, but and whatever happened to Sonny, we send our condolences out. I guess we should wrap that up.
Jim, any thoughts on the passing of Kuniaki Kobayashi?
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear it. I have no idea that this happened. When did this happen?
It happened this past week.
Well, nobody told me. I didn't get a heads up on it. You know what? He was a fucking badass in his day, wasn't he?
You know what? He looked more like Bruce Lee than anyone else. So when I first started getting Japanese tapes, I was a big mark for him. The hair.
Where did he fall in terms of in between what rivalry of Tiger Mask? What year would I have seen him for? Was that 82-ish?
82, 83, because I think he was after Dynamite. He was I think he may have been really the last great Tiger Mask feud before Sayama quit New Japan and started UWF with Maeda and Shinma.
Yeah. And they called him Kid Kobe, did they not?
Oh, I don't know.
I've seen some, or I saw some magazines of the time period with with the fucking karate stuff and everything. It was he was very cool, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I always like those matches just as the Dynamite matches are incredible and they are the historic ones, but as far as actual matches go, like if you want to rate Pac versus Ospreay ahead of like Ospreay versus whoever he's been feuding with for 2 years, the matches may have been better. Kobayashi and Tiger Mask.
Oh yeah, well, because they were doing some of these things, but they had still been trained by people that had the contest came first. They didn't lose the thread of the contest, and the aggression and the emotion was there. And even though Japanese wrestling logic has always been different, you didn't get the idea that it just, here, let's stand here and let each other hit each other, or let's cooperate in this extended series of gymnastic stalemates that go nowhere and then shake hands. It was quicker movement, if that's possible, and it looked more impromptu, more, like some legitimate escapes when a guy cartwheeled out of something and landed on his feet. You were like, oh shit, he almost got him with that one, instead of, oh, that was pretty. Like the people imitating Billy Robinson and Tony Charles, only not being salty old fucking middle-aged 40-year-old fuckers that really knew how to shoot, but guys doing homages. Some of the video game wrestlers look like an homage to the type of things that they were doing in the early 80s, junior heavyweight, light heavyweight division in New Japan.
I prefer that to the guys copying Eddie Guerrero and Dean Malenko.
Endlessly.
Well, Kuniaki Kobayashi, there it is. Check out his stuff if you have never seen him. Kuniaki Kobayashi versus Tiger Mask and his red trunks. Check it out.
That would have to be on YouTube, right? That would still, because you and I have the mammoth tape collections, we've been watching this shit for so long, we just assume, well, yeah, pop one of those VHSs in the machine and check him out. Can they get it on the YouTube?
It's definitely on New Japan World, obviously, but I think there has to be some stuff on YouTube or Daily Motion. So Kuniaki Kobayashi. Let's start with a serious topic, and obviously it's one that when the news broke, a lot of the listeners started reaching out wanting to hear what you had to say, because it's a name a lot of people first heard from you in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Joe Koff, former head of Ring of Honor. He had been a vice president and then I believe a senior vice president for Sinclair Broadcasting. Just passed away. And obviously you worked with him and you knew him.
Well, and he had cancer. That's, been mentioned, and it had been known by myself and, certain people for a little while now, but he had made a public issue out of it. And I guess it was probably about 6 weeks ago that he decided to stop treatments because he wanted to, they were not going to be successful, and it was diminishing his quality of life to where he couldn't spend time with his family and his grandchildren. I think I was thinking about it in my mind. I think besides Delirious, Hunter Johnston, Joe Koff is the only person I didn't yell at the whole time that I was there with that Ring of Honor period from, I think, 2009 to 12. He was every one of the wrestling fans, if you're an AEW fan especially, but every wrestling fan should be grateful to him, if for nothing else, then he kept Ring of Honor alive a couple of different times. First in, when they bought it originally from Kerry Silken, and then secondly, when he made the decision to sell it to Tony Khan rather than just sell the tape library to the WWE, they wouldn't have picked up anybody's contracts or hired probably, a good portion of the talent or whatever. But he was a tremendous, and I don't want to say this the wrong way, he was a tremendous fan of wrestling. Not that he was a mark or that he was trying to throw money around or whatever, but he was a tremendous supporter of wrestling. And he appreciated the wrestling business, and he always had. And he didn't go crazy, wanted to be involved in it just to be a mark. He was involved in, as we mentioned long ago, the Florida office, the Battle of the Belts specials they did, syndicating those. And it was to the point where Eddie Graham wanted, or Eddie may have been dead, but whoever was running the office.
Yeah, Eddie was dead already.
Yeah, they wanted him to continue working for the company and trying to get him TV deals. And he just, he was more established in the career trajectory he was already taken. But so he provided a service for a lot of the guys in the business in that they had a place to grow and progress and flourish or whatever. And at the same time, he did everything he could. And when I've talked about all the chaos and the misery that whole period cost me, it was never Joe's fault. He's the one that got him to buy it, but even he couldn't get him to spend any amount of money. And, part of they had the overall Sinclair Broadcasting, the bigger vision of buying up all these television stations. And, well, Brian, you know more about the business world, but Sinclair Broadcasting had, like, at one point a number of years ago, last time I checked, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion in debt, right? They had taken on an incredible amount of debt trying to put together these regional sports networks and buying up all these television stations.
And it fell apart. It's not something that's very easy in this market, in this day and age to do. If they had tried it 20 years earlier, it would have been a different story. But Sinclair, in an era where less people than ever before watch network TV or local TV, they still own TV stations all over the place.
Well, and when we started, and again, let me go back and start at the beginning. It basically started with when Kerry Silken called me after TNA had decided to let me go. Yeah, after the whole Jeff thing and Dutch was gone, and then Russo had his way for a month till Hogan came in, whatever, that whole bunch of chaos. Kerry had talked to me about coming in and what can you do for it? He was losing money, and he loved the thing also. He loved Ring of Honor and wrestling and wanted to keep it going. And I was pissed off, at these other yahoos who were wasting all these opportunities. And I said, Kerry, I'll find you something. I'll figure out a way to get you on television or a sponsor or help some way, talent, whatever. And you know that because we had some conversations in New York. But one of the people that I talked to was Gary Juster, who I'd known from the 80s and Crockett and et cetera. And he came to one of the shows and he said, this is an amazing live atmosphere. I said, how do we get it on television? He said, I know a guy that works for Sinclair Broadcasting in Baltimore, because Gary had lived in Baltimore for years before he moved down to Atlanta and had run the Baltimore Civic Center and bought time from Joe Koff that many years ago. So we went, and that's where the talk started with Joe Koff. The idea originally was just to get on those television stations. And the reason why I talked earlier about how many stations they ended up buying at this time, I think they owned like, was it 55 or 50 something television stations? And they would get to where it was, what did they get up to? Like 130 or 40 something? Am I exaggerating that?
I don't think you're exaggerating. I don't remember the exact number, but I remember it being over 100.
So the idea was that, as they got on more stations, we didn't know they were going to get on that many. It would increase the coverage of Ring of Honor. And Joe got so interested and started talking, and they ended up buying the company outright from Kerry. But the problem was, as we mentioned, they didn't want to spend a lot of money past that. It took a number of years for them to start spending any money on the thing. And that was my issue. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression sometimes, but also, that was the thing, is that the corporate world always has a problem mixing with wrestling. We've seen that. And Joe was probably the greatest guy that has ever been the conduit between the corporate world and the wrestling people. He was gentlemanly and nice and articulate and smart, and he tried to do the best he could, but that's sometimes those worlds just don't mix. So Joe, I never had an issue with, and he did the best he could in those early years while I was around, and he always did the best he could. But that's his primary position in Sinclair had been that he was the guy who trained, and I don't know whether he oversaw them on an ongoing basis, but the different local sales departments at all the stations, he trained them. He had regular 2-week seminars where they would bring all these people together, and he'd teach them how to sell television and sponsorships and value-added packages and etc. And that was another part of the idea for Ring of Honor originally, was not to just suddenly make, tens of millions of dollars with live events, but be a value-added thing for the local television stations. And that's what he was so good at, because he had trained a lot of people in the sales departments. He regularly talked to all the, local sales managers and everything in all these stations. So that was, again, that was part of the original plan. And then we found out later on, Sinclair wasn't going to give us the credit, Ring of Honor credit, for the sponsorship money that the local television station took in conjunction with our live events. We've gone over that many times in Ring of Honor talks. This is not spot for it here, but that, Joe sent me off to a number of stations to talk to the sales departments about how specifically to sell wrestling. And I enjoyed doing that because you could get them excited and go out and motivated. And boom, 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 it made the program more profitable and more important for the local station if they were getting revenue off of it. But anyway, he was just a nice guy. And, I think, like I said, not only were he and Hunter the only two guys I don't think I ever yelled at, but when I cracked up and I had all I can't stands no more moment with the whole thing, the only two people I felt like I was letting down, poor grammar, were Hunter and Joe. I felt bad because Joe had done all he could and got him to buy the thing and was trying his best he could, and Hunter was there left with, a lot of stress on his hands. But so I hated to hear this news.
Another thing about Joe Koff, Jim, is that he is one of the people responsible for All In. And I don't think he ever felt that he and Ring of Honor got the credit they deserve, because everyone pretended like it was just the Bucks and Cody doing a show, not that it was a Ring of Honor production produced by Cody and the Bucks, you
know? But besides that, they were all under contract to him, so he had to let them do the thing to begin with. And then, yes, they used their office infrastructure and the Ticketmaster things, all the details of running a show, and their production equipment and or department and etc. It was produced by the talent, but the whole thing basically was pulled off by the Ring of Honor infrastructure.
Who got no credit for it, really, when you think about it. I mean, right, there's a lot of people
who then had a billionaire come along and sign up all of the guys after they, hey, thanks, it's a nice audition tape you made for me.
I think a lot of people that were involved with Ring of Honor behind the scenes for those couple of years there have a good deal of resentment, and for good reason, with some of the people involved with All In who went to AEW, because it was basically they gutted Ring of Honor.
Well, yeah, they basically held the company hostage because Ring of Honor was still small enough to where when they brought their, at the time, audience of a few 100,000 indie fanatics to a company that size, it made an instant difference. And then they held the company hostage to do all of their cartoonishness and build it around them. And then they bailed as soon as they helped them make an audition tape for the billionaire that was going to spend a fucking fortune. But otherwise than that, it was great. Yeah, there are a few people who stayed behind who were like, what the fuck?
But yeah, Joe Koff deserves a lot of credit for All In. And of course, Ring of Honor does, but he was the person in charge.
But anyway,
that's why they owned it. That's why they owned the actual footage until Tony Khan bought Ring of Honor, and Cody said, what the fuck?
But anyway, I hate to hear this news. It's bad news. And Joe Koff has a couple of different places in wrestling history, which I think overall, I think he'd be proud to be included in.
Well, there it is. Jim's look at those we lost in 2024 wrestling history. Great stories, so much more. Jim, any final words as we wrap up this omnibus?
Yes, I was joking around at the top of the program. I'm not wishing demise on anyone. However, there are a few people that if they will have the courtesy to cooperate, I will enjoy discussing on next year's omnibus. So we got that to look forward to.
Well, there you go. You have something to look forward to in 2025. Listen to the show. Find out if there are any pleasurable deaths that we'll be talking about on the next omnibus. And of course, the Drive Thru Any experience available wherever you find your favorite podcasts and on the YouTube channel. But until next time, for Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last. Tally-ho!